Good morning and a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, teaching staff, and all the students attending today. I, Soni Setia, along with my colleague Saksham Gaur, will be your host for this keynote talk. We are delighted to welcome you all to the 4th Biennial International Conference on Future Learning Aspects of Mechanical Engineering, FLAME 2024, organized by the Department of Mechanical Engineering, ACIT, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida.
Now we will begin with our plenary talks. We have our first guest of the day, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Bhardwaj, IIT Bombay, to present the plenary talk. Now I would request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sigarwar to present the token of gratitude to our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Bhardwaj.
Can we have a huge round of applause? The topic of his plenary talk is deposition of complex fluid droplets on a solid surface.
Dr. Rajneesh Bhardwaj is currently serving as Professor in Mechanical Engineering Department at IIT Bombay, India. His research interests are in droplets, interfacial flows, and fluid structure interaction. He earned PhD with distinction from Columbia University, New York, USA in 2010 and was a postdoctoral fellow at Johns Hopkins University, USA before joining IIT in 2012. He is a member of the National Academy of Sciences and won Young Engineer Award from Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2014. Now, I would request our plenary speaker to kindly deliver the plenary address.
Hello. 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 Abhi there. Hello.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. I'm waiting for the laser pointer, then I'll start. Okay. वीडियो है ना वो तो स्लाइड के अंदर वापस कैसे जाएगा
बैक से हो जाना
अच्छा ठीक है मैं माउस यूज हो रहा है इसको मैं मिनिमाइज कैसे होगा ऊपर here but it comes here ना इसको हटाना सर हो गया आई थिंक गुड
एक मिनट अब देखिए ठीक है फॉरवर्ड करिए
हो रहा है हो गया ऑलराइट आई टेक केयर शेयर कर सकते हो वीडियो में शेयर है
हाइब्रिड में शेयर करना ऊपर शेयर करना, ये ऊपर शेयर नहीं करना।
ये है ना सर की स्क्रीन क्यों नहीं ओपन हो रहा है?
बात कर रहे हैं।
सबकी
हाँ जी ठीक है चलो दो बार
वो सर नॉर्मल मोड ये फुल मोड अब देखिए
आउट करना है मुझे वीडियो चलाना है तो ये ESC
आपका वीडियो
स्लाइड चलेगा all right good morning everyone I think students are very happy today there are no lectures for 3 days that's why all right so at the outset let me thank the nice introduction and Professor Basant for inviting me here and presenting whatever we are doing there at IIT Bombay and I'm going to present some of the work we are doing for several years. Students, please focus. Some of the questions will be asked from this presentation in your next evaluation. There will be a surprise quiz from this presentation. Probably they will focus more now. All right. So what we are doing here is looking at several things for a tiny droplets. So a droplet which is coming on a surface and it is depositing on it, we are trying to understand the fluid mechanics, heat transfer and mass transfer for that droplet. And what picture you are seeing is actually a complex deposition pattern which forms very close to the contact line of the droplet. And these particles are of different sizes. This is 3 micrometer particle and on which these small nanoparticles have been deposited. All right, so let's get started. So as I said, we are looking a droplet which has tiny particles. These particles could be of micro size or nano size, and the droplet volume is on the order of microliters in our experiment, but in application part, it could range from picoliters to microliters, and it is coming with a velocity to the surface. So common applications are spray cooling, inkjet printing that I'll discuss later. But our objective is to engineer the deposit which forms eventually after the droplet is placed on the surface and get dried. You can think of a small tiny droplet of milk or a coffee or tea. That droplet is something metaphor for this case where you have small tiny particles and that's why you can also explain to a general audience what the problem is. So I encourage you, all of you, to do this experiment today. You take that coffee, tea or milk, whatever you have, and you put a droplet on a surface. You just do it in your kitchen or your mess, anywhere you can do it. So what eventually forms once the droplet dries, and this distance or these sizes could be on the order of millimeters to centimeters, what you could see, it forms a ring. And that ring is something very universal. If you take a different solution with different size of particles, still form a ring. And that's why it's known as coffee ring effect. It was reported in 1997. And since then, there are a lot of studies have come on it. From the point of view of your subjects, which is fluid mechanics, heat transfer, discuss what are the things are important here. But eventually, what we want to understand why these particles or these copy particles are going towards the edge of the contact line. Why not some other pattern? Now here is mechanism. So the droplet is sitting on a surface, and the mass lost from this droplet, which is basically the evaporation, simply the evaporation, is not uniform. So it evaporates non-uniformly, which means that this liquid of the droplet diffuses to the atmosphere, become liquid vapor, and that liquid vapor diffuses further. And this flux, the loss of mass is non-uniform, which is highest near the contact line. And when it is highest near the contact line, the other masses, which is in the close to the center line, will try to replenish for this mass or recover this mass. The droplet is very small, and then it has to retain its shape. This contact line is pinned. Because of that, there is a radially outward flow which starts to happen inside the droplet, and this flow actually carries away all the particles to the contact line. It is simply the hydrodynamic force on the particles which helps them to go to the contact line and form a ring-like deposit. That is the reason why the ring-like deposit form from the point of view of fluid mechanics and heat transfer. Now let's look closely what are the basic fundamental principles are happening here in this tiny droplet. Now if you see, as I discussed, there is a non-uniform flow which is more in this region, which is called as the contact line, and because of that you could have a radially outward flow, and these particles could assemble from the center to the edge. At the same time, you can have heat conduction from the surface, which can heat up the droplet if the substrate is heated, and at the same time you can have a loss of latent heat of vaporization because of the evaporation, and that could also result in a non-uniform cooling. All right. Now, when the non-uniform cooling occurs, there is a change in surface tension. Surface tension is something very basic and very important at millimeter scales. So let us say you are killing mosquitoes by putting some oil or some medicine in a pool of water where they are breeding, and it's a rainy season, monsoon season, you would like to kill the mosquitoes. So what we generally do, we put a small tiny detergent or oil, and the mosquitoes actually get killed not because of the detergent or the medicine or the chemical you are putting, it's basically by the reduction of surface tension. You are reducing the surface tension of the interface, so the mosquito cannot balance their weight. So eventually they sink to the inside the pool and die. So surface tension is a function of temperature. Here in this case, you basically have the contact line at which the temperature is higher, and at the top the temperature is lower. So this is the contact line where the temperature is higher. This is the place at the center where the temperature is lower. The surface tension will be lower here, and because the temperature is higher, the surface tension is lower. Because the temperature is lower, surface tension is higher. It's an inverse relation. So there is a flow being created from the contact line to the top. So eventually you will have a loop which forms inside the droplet, which is known as Marangoni stresses or Marangoni convection. All right. So it's a classical problem where you can have all three phenomena like fluid mechanics, heat transfer, and mass transfer coupled together, and they act in tandem to determine the flow inside the droplet and the advection of particles inside the droplet. So let me say this could be one of the most studied problem in recent times in interfacial fluid mechanics and colloids. Like this paper which proposed this problem, 1997, already cited 7,000 plus times and also going strong. And there are several commentaries on the way the studies are coming, one in 2017 and other is in 2018, which actually recognize the fact that the so much studies are going on this topic or this problem. And the simple reason is the experiments here are simpler to do. You can just generate a droplet by any pipette, and it's also very universally applicable in different disciplines or different areas like biologists, chemists, physicists, and engineers. So, and they are more of interest to them, not just they are easy to do, but also they are of interest to understand why the droplets do something which they have to, and how you can design the applications in that field. So several applications, let's go through them and see what are those. So inkjet printing, coating industries, patterning of substrate, bioassays, these are the examples, and some of them of course related to core mechanical engineering, but also to interdisciplinary topics such as bioassays, which involves both mechanical engineering, fluid mechanics and biology. Let us look at the picture. So there have been cases where people have used this problem to design testing for malaria. As you can see, this is a diagnostic test. This was in 2011, and there are studies people have designed sensors where you can have certain bacteria like E. coli. So you can design your hydrodynamic forcing such that you can recover or design a test so that you can get a specific outcome. So just using the fluid mechanics, you can design this test. And the core applications are inkjet printing. Although it's a old way to print things, but this technology is still useful for creating droplets of specific volume and printing them precisely where we want to. So that is also one application. And now another application, if you think of blood droplets, studies have shown that if you print the droplets of healthy humans versus the diseased humans, and for certain disease, of course, you can actually have different patterns. You can have distinct patterns here as compared to a diseased versus the healthy. And these could be like biomarkers for future. And as the name of the conference suggests, future learning aspects. So this could be a future technology to detect the disease based on like a simple test, which normally done in lab as compared to this test. So another big application in forensics. So when a crime being committed, everywhere there is a blood splatter. If there was a stabbing or a gunshot, right? So the forensic scientists would like to understand how the crime was committed, and we look for the signature in the deposits and how the patterns are, how the deposits are. So look at this pattern, for example. This has more mass at the bottom as compared to the top. So we can use the information of the flow and the deposition to inversely calculate what was the angle of the droplet and what was the speed of the droplet, and that could help us to kind of construct the crime. So let me give you a background. Apart from the ring-like pattern, which was more common, there have been several other patterns. For example, all the particles can come directly at the center. This is known as coffee eye pattern. This is more like a multiple ring patterns. This is a fingering-like pattern. This is uniform deposition. And this is even more complex, where cells are there. So these patterns are attributed to the different transport phenomena which occurred in the droplet during drying. So the idea is to understand which transport phenomena were the strongest or the dominant when the droplet was drying. So as I said, the droplet of blood is even more complex and it has actually more mass of particles or solute. And you can see a corona-like deposit forms, and there are cracking of this the deposit. So similar cracking you could notice when you see an old painted wall. You know, those cracks have been appeared, and there is some reason for that. We'll discuss that later. Now we can use this information on fluid mechanics to explain this deposits. That's the idea. So here are some of the characteristic flows which I have listed here. There is a radially outward, which I explained initially, the Marangoni loops because of the Marangoni stresses, or the attraction between particles and the surface. There is this so-called DLVO force, and there could be an inverse flow, or the radially inward, or going towards the top for an hydrophobic surfaces. So these are the flow which can help us to explain why the deposits form. So in this talk, I will just focus also on different kind of transport phenomena and different related problems which is stemming from this problem. And first is the Marangoni flow. So what we looked is, if you have a droplet and you start hitting from the bottom, so what is the effect of substrate heating? What is the effect of the intensity of heating? And of course, we know the Marangoni loops become stronger, but how much strong and how the deposit changes because of that. That is one thing we will look. So it could be outward thermal Marangoni, it could be inward depending on the heating you do. And we can also change the environment of the droplet outside, so that we can also induce solutal Marangoni. So that is one part. Other is looking at the capillary bridges. So if you have a droplet trapped between the surfaces, how these deposited form on the two surfaces as compared to just one surface. And the capillary bridges or these squeezed droplets are very useful in designing sensors or the switches. So those applications are there. And can we sort these particles if you have mixing of two particles? So in biochemistry, the particle sorting is very important. And think of the cells. They want to sort different cells. They want to sort disease versus healthy cells. And that is like a more toy problem here. But if we understand the fluid mechanics, we can easily sort and we can use those technology to design bioassays. And the last is looking at the blood drop. When the blood droplet impact, what are the effects of the size and inclination? And this is a question we'll try to understand in this talk. So I'll just give a brief background what we are doing. What we are doing mostly experiments, and we are complementing them by sometimes theory, sometimes by numerical model. So the challenges are these are very tiny droplets. So the generation itself is challenging. You can generate a droplet of millimeter size very easily by a pipette, or even bigger by a dropper, which you have probably in your home. But when you start thinking of the designing a precise generator, things are not that simple, and that droplet is coming with a specific velocity. So that is one challenge. And the second is high-speed visualization. So since these droplets are smaller and coming with a fast velocities, the time scales are faster, and you have to design visualization so that you can capture the dynamics. And now if the surfaces are like textured, so you can also have challenges in fabrication. So think of blinking of human eye, which is roughly happening at 200 milliseconds. So everything which is happening lesser than 200, probably you cannot see, because the frequency of blinking is 200 milliseconds. So that is the least count of eye in terms of the time. But if you think of a droplet, a 1 mm droplet is impacting with 1 millisecond. So roughly the time scales, you can divide by impact velocity is around 1 millisecond. So you can see that this is basically very fast. Think of this droplet. It comes with this 1 mm dia and then 1 meter per second velocity. So this spreads in 1 millisecond. So in order to capture this whole dynamics, we need to have a high-speed camera or visualization which can capture this. The evaporation is a slow process, and this is mainly governed by the diffusion. So the liquid molecules are jumping in the atmosphere and they are diffusing. You can put a glass of water in your room and come back next day, probably very small quantity is gone. But if you do the same for a petrol or alcohol, you will see nothing even in 1 hour. So depending on the nature of liquid, your diffusion could be faster or slower. In case of water, which is normally the base of many droplets, the process is rather slow. So here is a disparate time scales in capturing the dynamics, the impact and the evaporation. If you think of numerical and theoretical methods, so it is itself a challenging problem. There are experts sitting here who are doing multi-phase flows and they're very good in that. And so we have to design methods which can accurately capture and they are reasonably accurate when you are tracking liquid gas interface or other interfaces. Another challenge is the relieving the stress, shear stress singularity at the contact line. So this is another challenge. I will not go detail into that, but the main challenge is also to scaling of different velocities or development of pattern recognition techniques. So if you have a pattern, how can you do it more mathematically? For example, like the machine learning methods, you can recognize all those patterns by computer program and predict what are the patterns you want. Okay, so I'll just go quickly again to the setup we have. We are simply looking the droplets from the side. So this is how it looks. And the bottom you can ignore because it's the reflection of droplet. And then this is the fluorescent microscopy images of a droplet which is evaporating. And you can see all the particles are coming at the contact line. So the visualization is done from the top. And this is the final pattern where the ring is dominant. And this is the zoomed in part of the ring. You can also see the micrometer particles there. We can also characterize these deposits by profilometer, laser-based profilometer, and this is the deposit, and you can average it out, and we can characterize or quantitatively we can figure out the deposits. This is the infrared image of a evaporating droplet, so you can also have the temperature signals. So in principle, we can combine several methods to understand the transport phenomena involved, and some of them actually I'm showing in my talk, but some of them probably not. But the idea is, since the problem is complex, you have to employ different methods or different technologies or the mathematical methods to characterize the transport phenomena. So first result is a droplet which is evaporating on a glass surface, water droplet, which has 100 nanometer polystyrene particles. So this is happening at ambient. You can see there is a ring, but you start hitting the surface, you start to see different ring and different patterns. So more mass at the center, while at the ring it reduces, as you can see here, even further. And if you do the optical profilometry of these three cases and compare, you can see certainly the ring is getting thinner, as you can see, and this is the mechanism which can be proven by theory. So all the particles are coming towards the contact line, but because of the geometrical constraint, there is a stagnation region, and in that stagnation region, some particles are there. And when you increase the temperature, this intensity increases. So more particles go towards the center line, and that's why the thinning can be attributed to the outward Marangoni flow. We have done actually a first order model which actually proves that. Not showing it here, but you get the idea. This is a fluorescent microscopy visualization for two cases. One is 25 degrees Celsius, the ambient case, and another is at higher temperature. So the higher temperature right now is of the droplet, not of the surface. The droplet is initially heated and then starts to cool down, transferring all the heat to the surface. So see, if I play this movie, so you can see all the particles coming toward the center. I don't know how much visible it is, but I can see very beautifully in my screen that all particles are going, and this range is growing actually. And now if I do the other case where I have a initially heated droplet, and if I play that movie, so you can see the particles are actually coming back like this. So there is an inverted Marangoni flow. So regular Marangoni is coming towards the contact line and going up. Inverted is coming towards the contact line, and then from bottom it's going back. So you can see different patterns emerges as the evaporation is complete, and still there is a chunk of particles which are staying here, and the ring is being fed by small particles at the contact line. So how do we characterize that? So this is the mechanism here. So you can see an inversion. Important point is the arrows. So this is coming from the top to the bottom at this place, because here the droplet is initially heated, so it will be more temperature here as compared to here. So this part will be cooler than this. So the surface tension gradient will be opposite. Hence the inversion in Marangoni happens as compared to the case where the surface is heated. So previous problem where the thinning was shown, you can actually see the gradient here has been inversed. And here we track the particles and try to figure out what is the intensity of this Marangoni convection. And then we hypothesize that it is like creating a vortex in a flow, and then actually it diffuses due to the viscosity of the fluid. And this is something known in fluid mechanics as ocean vortex. And this is the equation here, first order model. So what we see that the nature of the decay of the velocity for this velocity of this Marangoni loop versus the ocean is very similar and not very different. So our hypothesis is kind of corroborated by the fact that this is a vortex being created by the Marangoni, and then later on it diffuses because the temperature gradients quickly die down because the heat is being transferred from the droplet to the substrate. So this is some characterization. Here also we note the thinning for the initial case, as you can see here, and we can make several observations like how many monolayers and what is the type of deposits and which is thinner and which is thicker. So I'm not going to again more details here. I'll go more into the temperature imaging. So this is from the top. So this is the left case is for the initial part. So you can see, I don't know if you see the numbers. So this is 0 milliseconds, and this line you see is the droplet generator. It has been also come in the thermal signal, and then you can see that the temperature diffuses very fast. But if we change the time scale here, like this is 75 to 30, and if we change the time scale here, there are still some gradients present, and this is the quantitative data how the heat will diffuse. So with the numerical modeling, we have proven that thermal signals are actually following simply heat conduction of from the droplet to the surface. And this is the plot where we actually show an exponential decay, and then it can be proven by theory that the temperature at the edge or actually the top decays exponentially. And this is the case where there is no temperature gradient. So successfully, we also measure the temperature gradient and prove it by the theory that this is how the heat is being transferred. Let us go to the next problem, which is slightly different from the previous one. These are known as capillary beads. These are the trapped droplets inside the two solid surfaces which are separated by a certain distance. So we use glass slides, and sometimes we also use PDMS coated slides to change the wettability. Depending on the wettability of surface, the shape of this droplet or the curvature could be different. So this is the case where you have two glass surfaces. This is the case where you have two PDMS surfaces, and this is the case where you have one PDMS and one glass. So depending on, you can have different curvatures, and this could actually impact your evaporation fluxes, which has been plotted here for different cases of contact angles. And using that, you can actually use or deposit the particles accordingly. And these are basically the finite element simulations. And this is the mesh which we are showing, and simply solving the vapor diffusion equation, Laplace equation for outside the droplet, and just finding a gradient. That's what I am plotting. Now, these are the deposits on the top and the bottom. The first case is only glass. So this is the top surface. This is the bottom surface. And I'm plotting it as a function of particle size. So as the particle size increase, you see a different behavior totally as compared to when the particle size is small. First, in a case of a particle, you see these concentric rings. These concentric rings are the signature how the contact line is receding or moving because of the constraint we have. These are known as stick slip motions, and that too also seen in the visualization from the top, as you can see here. So as the line shrinks, it deposits some particles, and then it further jumps to that layer, and so on and so forth. So these are the concentric ring visible in all experiment. And what really happens in larger particle size, the particle size sediment to the bottom surface, and they dry out later on in a different pattern as compared to the smaller size. And that is more visible if you have PDMS. So PDMS, the stick slip motion is absent because it's an hydrophobic, and we start to see a very tiny dots of particles on the top slide, but on the bottom we start to have a ring-like deposits. Why? Because these particles are bigger in size in this case, and then they are able to pin the contact line as we see them. Now this has been explained by Suri also, but I'll give you a general idea what is happening. So in hydrophilic case, since the flux is higher, all the particles move to the contact lines. In the hydrophobic case, all the particles go to the center. But if you are something hydrophobic and hydrophilic, the particles actually go in the corner. And we can draw a regime map where we can plot the diameter versus the angle, which is the contact angle. And where the stick slip motion is present, you can see these concentric ring. And as compared to the case, the particle size is higher, you can see early pinning and uniform deposits, which is the larger particle size. And central deposit is where you have a high angle and low diameter, where there is a central deposit where there is no pin present. So you can actually classify the deposits. And we are able to also sort the particles. So this is at the contact line of the capillary bridge. And this is the case where two sizes are mixed into each other. I don't know how much visible it is on this screen, but because of probably rendering, I can see it much better on my screen. So what is the idea here? If the particle sizes are very close, both of them go to the contact line and did not have any differential to sort. But if they are very different, you can have gravity, which can help to sort. You can also have geometry assisted driving, which is driven by the curvature. So I am plotting here the particle diameter on both axes, which are two different particles I have taken. So this is a bidisperse solution. And somewhere where the particles are very close in diameter, there is no sorting. But away from them, you can have geometric assisted and gravity driven sorting. And this is the SEM image, which actually shows that the sorting essentially is there for the bigger and the smaller size. Now this is something more complex what I'm showing right now as compared to the previous problem. Basically, we have a saturated vapor outside the droplet. Right now, if you see, our air is mostly saturated with water, which we do not feel because water is a very basic constituent of our body, and we need water and air for survival. But if the saturated vapor is of something, another fluid, let's say isopropanol, like an alcohol, right? So then you start to kind of have a different effects on this droplet transport phenomenon, and that's what we are doing. So in order to make this evaporation different, we create a saturated environment of alcohol, and that is super easy. You just put a beaker and put isopropanol, and you just cover it. Within 5-10 minutes, that box will be saturated with alcohol vapor, and then you put the droplet. So it's very simple to generate, but what transport phenomena is there is very different. So this is internal flow captured from the top in the presence of saturated isopropanol vapor, and this is like the case where we used to get coffee ring, as I've shown before, and the droplet is also microliter. So I can plot that, I actually show that, and see how the evaporation is happening. So you don't see nothing right now, and you can see now these particles coming back. So this is solutal Marangoni flow. All the particles are coming towards the center, and at the same time droplet is spreading. This is basically because of the global reduction in the surface tension of droplet. So it's a simultaneous evaporation and spreading, and notice this jet-like flow which happens, all the particles being carried away with the hydrodynamic forcing which is happening because of the spreading. And you can see this nice jet-like flows, and all the particles again being torn apart. And these are the signature of early pinning, as you can see. And really the droplet right now is here, and there is some chunk of particles which is just floating with that film. Now, what happens if you just do the same experiment with a different particle size or a larger particle size? It's the same conditions, but the different particle size. So, whether first question is whether we are able to repeat it. I think I have not played it, so let me play. Sorry. Yeah, now it's playing. So these are bigger particles. What eventually we will see is these particles again come to the center and the droplet again spreads. But the particles are coalescing or they are aggregating together and they do not spread out with the hydrodynamic forcing as you can see here. And of course the droplet is keep spreading and this is the initial pinning signature and this mass actually being floating again and you can see the droplet is being simultaneously spreading and evaporating together and as a function of particle size. Now you can see this particle deposit flow here and there. Now we can characterize it and you can understand what's going on and here you can see this final deposit patterns coming different here and this is just a map to show where the patch-like deposit is forming as a function of the particle size and the jet-like flow. So jet-like flow is with the smaller particles and patch-like deposit is the for bigger particles. Now we can explain it using again same argument. So once you have a saturated vapor of alcohol, it basically starts seeding into the interface. So here it seed more for the same reason because there is a more loss of the fluid from the contact line region as I explained earlier. It's basically more surface area present to seed isopropanol here. So you again have a non-uniform gradient of seeding and more isopropanol means more reduction in the surface tension and then which means the larger gradient of surface tension and soluble marangoni. So marangoni is something I have explained. Marangoni something I have explained in earlier that is a function of temperature and this is actually the function of concentration. So I've gotten a note that to finish quickly. So I'll try my best to show the key results now. So what we actually see different patterns because of the soluble marangoni and the interplay of simultaneous spreading and these patterns are shown here. And then again you can ask what is the use of this. So you can again use this hydrodynamic forcing to sort these particles and these are the sorting results. So we are able to sort different sizes of particles using this hydrodynamic forcing, the competition of soluble marangoni and this simultaneous spreading. Okay, and then we also tested graphene nanoplatelets and the polystyrene particles. Not only the size is different, but also the shape. So we can also sort that kind of system using this saturated vapor, and that has been also shown. So here is the case. The sorting is much better as compared to this case where you just have a regular droplet, and this is under the saturated vapor. So I'm not going in all details because of the lack of time, but you can also welcome to discuss me later. Here we can sort much better as compared to the previous case where you have only geometry assisted sorting. Here it's more characterization of the simultaneous evaporation and spreading, which I'll skip for now, and why the IPA is received more at the contact line and why there is a reduction in the surface tension. These answers can be given by theory and they convincingly explain our experiments and I'm not going again all these details and I'll just show you something very interesting regarding the blood droplets and finish my talk. So this is the drying of a blood droplet and as I said blood droplet drying is useful in bioengineering and forensics. So you can see these are side views and these are the top views. You start to see a corona-like pattern formation and later on complete drying and the cracking. Okay. And now this can be explained again by Coffering effect and the formation of a gelation phase and then the cracking which is again explained by this elasticity of this gel and this is drying of this gel. So this is the cracking behavior of a 1 microliter droplet and although it has been reported in literature but our results are consistent And then what we do now further increase the droplet volume and the inclination to see its effect. So this is the droplet volume where you have larger cracks and more cracks, and we can see the crack density is same even if you increase the droplet size. And when we make the surface inclined, you start to have some effects, but those effects are more dominant on bigger droplets. And I'll just show you conclusively the final result. So this is for 70-degree inclination, 10 microliter droplets. So droplet is becoming like a finger, as you can see, spread all over. And this is the top part where you have only red blood cells. This is somewhere in between where you have a cracking and the red blood cells. And this is the final bottom part where you have actually cracking. And now we can actually characterize it as a function of droplet volume and the inclination angle. So you see a different cracking behavior at the advancing side and the receding side as compared to just 1 microliter droplet. And that behavior can be predicted in terms of the crack density. So this is the plot of interest. The crack density is increasing on the advancing side while increasing on the receding side while decreasing on the advancing side. And that can be explained by a first order model. This is a model which accounts for the stored elastic energy, which is required to lift the deposit, but which is opposed by the interaction of deposits and the surface. Okay, and I'm not going again all the details because of the lack of time, but this energy or this actually elastic, the stress generated due to the elasticity scales with the measured crack density and explain some of our results that we can be used to have biomarkers for the forensics. So I'll conclude. I have showed different interplay of transport phenomena when the droplets are drying, and there could be several complex situations, even more than what I showed. And we also have some insights on the blood droplets, and we can use those insights to design applications in forensics or bioengineering. Okay, so this is these are the acknowledgements. All the students and postdocs, I'm just their representative presenting their data. And this is a picture taken in 2022. Probably some of you were there in FMFP conference. All right. Thank you all for your time, and we'll welcome any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rajneesh. It was nice talk. He explained the things very systematically. I think the student has to be know the importance of this bar. So I again thank you. So still there is a 1-2 questions. Time is not allow us. Okay, please. I just request you, student, please keep quiet.
Thank you, sir.
Just one quick question regarding the IR imaging. We saw a kind of plume kind of thing on the top left corner. What was the reason
That
of
is
that?
actually the generator.
Oh, okay, the pipe cutter. Okay.
It goes away.
Okay. All right.
But you are still seeing is even if the droplet is left because there is some time in removing it. Yeah.
And when you have this the solutal marangoni because of this alcohol vapor,
Right.
So if you take a particle and one side you have a higher concentration of alcohol than the other, so that causes the inward motion of these particles.
So
What was the reason
of-
for the jetting out?
So the concentration of alcohol only reduces the surface tension. It's like surfactant, you have some surfactant which are only at the interface. As such, the droplet is still of water, but in terms of the surface tension, you have lesser surface tension on one side than the other. Yes, so but that is very small. Probably your argument is inside the yes. We have done those calculations like how much it diffuses and things like that. It's not very high, but more effects, dominant effects are when it is actually used to reduce the surface tension. Think of like the detergent. We put a small volume in a bucket, but you have so much reduction in surface tension. And the jetting is because if you have droplets, the particles which going back and form clusters, now they are together, and then now you have putting them certain forcing because of the simultaneous spreading. So that kind of flow gets generated and they pull them apart, and that's why they behave like a jet-like flow. And That is not seen in larger particles because they agglomerate. You can think of ants. If you have a large pool of ants and you put water, they actually agglomerate, and they don't, because they, for the means of survival, they just be together. And something happening with the larger size particles. You have more capillary forces between the particles, and they are not coming out. And we have done those calculations also, like how much forcing is there. Yeah, these are the things which is a bit complex than regular, but yeah, probably some things can be explained.
Yeah, that is actually my question. What is the reason behind the agglomeration of particles when the particles are relatively larger in size? So I've got the answer.
Capillary force, and we have done a modeling where you have a capillary small kind of curvature. So you can think of Laplace equation surface tension into curvature. For the bigger particles, the curvature is larger with the same surface tension, so the forcing is larger.
Okay, thank you.
Ismail is asking, this is last question.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Being a chemist, like I was able to understand the principles. So my first question is polystyrene being a high molecular weight material. Why we are using high molecular weight material?
So this is actually polystyrene beads designed such that they are neutrally buoyant.
Okay.
So it's like I think what the process is, they made like cottage cheese. So these are formed such that they do not have any density difference.
Okay.
And that's why, by the way, this is the model solution for all the colloids, because you don't have any effects of the density.
So basically, it's a standard.
Very standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my second question is, you have shown the comparative study using graphene and polystyrene. Graphene being a 2D structure and
Right.
porous in nature, how does it affect surface tension?
Yeah, so surface tension we have measured, it's not very different, but what we are showing is the hydrodynamic forcing on these flakes versus the particles. So it's more like overall macro effect that those flakes are being transported as compared to the polystyrene at different velocities and different forcing.
Sir, but at the same time, graphene.
We can discuss later.
Yes, for sure.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Rajneesh. Time is not allow us, but it is a wonderful talk. I have several questions, but I will discuss later. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all for your. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our plenary speaker for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation.
Now, I would request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to felicitate our plenary speaker. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you, sir. We have our next guest, Professor Dr. Amresh Dalal, IIT Guwahati, to present the plenary talk. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to present a token of gratitude to our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Amresh Dalal. Can we have a huge round of applause?
The topic of his plenary talk is Anupravaha, a general purpose indigenous CFD solver for multiphysics applications. Dr. Amrish Dalal is currently a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering of the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He received his PhD degree from IIT Kanpur in 2009, and he was postdoctoral research associate at Purdue University from September 2008 to December 2009. He has research interests in the area of computational fluid dynamics and heat transfer, finite volume methods, and unstructured grid techniques, multi-phase flows, and microfluidics. Now, I would request our plenary speaker to kindly deliver the plenary address.
So very good morning to one and all present here. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer and especially Vasan for the invitation. And today I will talk about a solver development, CFD solver development, which is developed by the students only. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge the funding agency, DAE-BRNS, and who contributed in this project. So it was a 6-year project, and many PhD students and many MTech students contributed in the development process. And also after development, this solver was tested at BRC and IIT Kanpur, and a number of scientists actually used it and used it for verification. So in this presentation, I would like to tell about the solver first, and I will show the accuracy and the capabilities of the solver through different test cases. So in general, in our mind, the question comes, why do we need to develop any solver, whereas we have many commercial softwares available as well as many open source solver available. But there was a need in Department of Atomic Energy to develop one software which they have this source code. So with that, and also due to embargo, they cannot purchase the commercial softwares. So there is a need, and in this process, obviously, we trained so many manpowers who are actually contributing in different research labs as well as industries. So this is a solver. It is a general purpose solver, and in general, it is a three-dimensional problem with complicated geometries, and we can have the hybrid unstructured grids so that it can fit in a complex geometry. To solve, say, conjugate kind of heat transfer or more than one fluid zone, we can use multi-block solver. And in general, if we do not have any thing inbuilt in the software, so we can have the provision of writing user-defined function like in ANSYS Fluent we have. And we have also variable thermophysical properties depending on the problem you can use it. And it is a multi-physics solver. So what are the multi-physics we can solve, that I will show through the test cases. And when we develop the solver, the challenge is to solve the this matrix, right? What we actually for different equations. So that we use fast linear solvers, and we have developed also some. We have also used some conjugate gradient method based solvers, and we have also graphical user interface. So these are the capabilities we have. In general, obviously, we solve the Navier-Stokes equations with energy or any other scalar transport equation based on the physics of the problem. And we have the capability of incompressible and quasi-incompressible flows. What is quasi-incompressible flows? Where density may vary due to temperature difference or the concentration difference. So that capability we have, and it can actually use steady and unsteady flows, laminar and turbulent flows. In turbulent flows, we have different two equation model. Newtonian and non-Newtonian fluid flows, conjugate heat transfer, it is inbuilt multi-block solver, so we can have separate solid and fluid zone. Phase change problems like solidification and melting, multi-phase flows, we have these interfacial flows for liquid and gas, we have used volume of fluid method, and also two equation model we have used for gas particulate flows. We also have electro and magneto-hydrodynamic flows. So you can see these are the different physics we can solve in this solver. Porous media flows, radiative heat transfer combined with flow in participating medium. So generally we solve surface to surface radiation, but if there is a gas which participates in the radiation, so that also we have solved using finite volume method. And other axisymmetric flow solver also we have developed. So we use finite volume method and collocated grid formulation. And when we use collocated grid formulation, we To avoid the velocity pressure decoupling, we use momentum interpolation due to Ri and Chow. Different convective schemes are there, Pasteur point, central difference, and Q vista. Gradients are calculated using Gauss theorem and least-square method. And diffusion term we have discretized using central difference. And when we have non-orthogonal grid, obviously their diffusion term, there will be two parts. One is normal and cross diffusion, that we have taken care even for the very skewed mesh. And simple like pressure equation we solve. Segregated and coupled solver we have. Also semi-implicit and full implicit solver, depending on the problem we choose this solver. And we have in general Gauss-Seidel and in-house linear solver we have developed like biCity step with ILU preconditioner and GMRES with ILU preconditioner, and also we have used LIS, library of iterative solvers, to solve. So what are the novel aspects in this development? So during course of development, we have come across different difficulties to reach like high density flows for multi-phase flows, or for different body forces. When we are using, we are facing different problems to go for higher time step. So that we have actually taken care using consistent and balanced formulation in our solver, and you can see that whatever we have actually used, it is stable for density ratio as high as 10 to the power 9. So those are tested. So in the development part, we do not generate the grid. We take from any commercial software or any open source software like Salom, and we develop the solver, and post processing we do using ONUBI or any other commercial post processing software. ONUBI is developed in the computer division of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and you can see this name of the solver is starting with ONU. That means it is Department of Atomic Energy funded project. So that way we have given ONU Prawaha. Prawaha means flows. So the GUI is developed in the computer division of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. So you can see that we have a Salom grid generator and solver GUI, and also ONUBI visualization. So post processing also we can do using ONUBI visualization, and all the things you can actually user interactive, and you can give the boundary condition, all other things just using the boundary in the GUI. During the development, we have also written theory manuals, validation manuals, user manual, and developer manuals. So obviously, developers manual is for the students who want to further develop it. So these are some glimpses of theory manual, validation manual, user manual, which is user manual is how to give the inputs through the GUI. And we have ONUPROVA website where all the test cases are given. So in general, we solve this governing equation based depending on the problems. We use separate different body forces. So obviously for this radiative radiation, we solve radiative transfer equation, RTE. And also we have different two equation models we have just used for the solving Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equation. One of the equations I have shown here. So now we are going to show some test cases which shows the capability and the accuracy of the solver through these test cases, starting from laminar flows, from 3D lead driven cavity where we have plotted the velocity profile. Then we have done unconfined flow over a circular cylinder. So you can see it is an unsteady flow for Reynolds number, higher Reynolds number. So that also we have validated with available literature and compared the drag coefficients, 12 number, and the for the steady case this recirculation length. And 3D pipe flow also we have solved, convective flow where temperature also we have solved, and these are the comparison with the analytical solutions. Then we went to natural and mixed convection. Here we have used bouncy Barsinus approximation, and we have solved different problems like 3D differentially heated cavity, compared the temperature with the literature. And you can see in all cases, the comparison is very good with the literature, which shows the accuracy of the solver, and what our problems, multi-physics problem we show, that shows the capability of the solver. Then we have solved 2D mixed convection over square cylinder, which is an unsteady flow. And you can see that depending on the Richardson number, it becomes steady or unsteady. And we have compared the Dirac coefficient as well as the heat transfer, this Nusselt number, with the literature. Then we have solved turbulent flows, flow over a built-in triangular cylinder inside channel. So these we have solved for 45,000 Reynolds number, and this is the representative of the grid. And you can see the vortex, conformal vortex state behind the triangular cylinder, and we have compared the center line velocity with the numerical results and experimental results available in the literature. This is a problem of 90-degree bend where there is a small opening, in the corner, and this problem we have solved using ANSYS Fluent as well, and we have compared our results. You can see this is the left side is our result and right side is ANSYS Fluent result, and these are some quantitative comparison for velocity and turbulent quantities. Now you can see, now we are adding the more physics. So now turbulent mixed convection. So now turbulent flows with the buoyancy, and you can see that so you can see that there is a inlet and this is a outlet. So it is a mixed convection, and these are the non-dimensional numbers we considered, which is differentially heated. And you can see these are the streamlines at different inlet velocity. And for high Rayleigh number, because it is a turbulent flows, we have compared the Nusselt number with the literature. Now, conjugate heat transfer. What is conjugate heat transfer? Where we have solid zone, we solve the heat conduction equation, and fluid zone, we solve the fluid flow equation. Now, you can see it is a simple channel flow where we have temperature variation on the wall. So you can see this is the isotherms profiles and how it actually from the solid domain to fluid domain, you can see the contours, and this is the comparison of temperature on the interface of the solid and fluid. So it matches well with the literature. Conjugate natural convection in a cavity. Now you can see that it is a conjugate heat transfer with natural convection. So left side is the solid and this is the fluid zone. And now this is solved for these non-dimensional numbers, Jackson number 10 to the power 5. And you can see the temperature variation along this interface with the literature. So these are some streamlines and isotherms. And this is a example of heat generating rectangular blocks. So here these three blocks heats are generated. So with that you can see for different thermal conductivity how the isotherms looks, and this is the temperature comparison. Phase change in different applications where phase change occurs, solidification and melting. So that you can see that for pure metal melting we have this profile, and for alloy solidification we have massy region in between where temperature varies in the massy region, and we have compared these interfaces with the literature. So this is a continuous casting problem. We have actually validated with the ANSYS Fluent result, and you can see that there are two cooling portion here and here, different heat transfer coefficient we have given, and how this cooling takes place and solid is going out. We have given the casting velocity like this, and this is the comparison of temperature along this surface. Now, multi-phase flows. Multi-phase flows, first we'll show some test cases which we have solved using volume of fluid method, starting from Rayleigh-Taylor instability, and then collapse of water column with the obstacles, and then bubble rise. So we have compared all these with our results with the literature, and this is a collapse of water column. So it is a three-dimensional problem where we have this water column initially here, and there is a block. So you can see in the here in the side view, and this is the top view. So we have measured at 3 position water height with time, and we have compared our result with experimental and numerical results available in the literature. So you can see how the interface actually moves when the this it collapses, the water column collapses, and comparison at different place, you can see the water height. So three-dimensional droplet splashing also we have done and compared the results with the literature, this round radius. Gas particulate flows where particles are involved, and we have solved some bubbling gas solid fluidized base. In this case, we solved separate equations for fluid and solid, and these are the some comparison for this problem where initial gas velocity was 0.46 meter per second and initial particle volume fraction was 0.6, and this is the comparison for this problem with the experiment and numerical results. And these are some contours of the instantaneous particle. Isothermal mixing flows. So now, if there are two different fluids are coming and how it is mixing in a micro T-junction microchannel, so that we have solved, and mixing efficiency you have compared with the literature. So in these all cases, you can see the accuracy of the solver is very good. Here you can see now the mode physics has come, natural convection with the isothermal mixing. So here initially nitrogen is there and oxygen is there. Now this diaphragm is removed. Now we just measure this U velocity profile and V velocity profile along vertical and horizontal center line respectively, and comparison is very good. And this is the final initial oxygen mass fraction, and it is the final mass fraction. Non-tangent fluid flows also we have done for several cases and compared the results. Now magnetohydrodynamics. So here also with the magnetic effect we have solved this three-dimensional channel flows and compared the velocity profile for Hartmann number of 500, and electrohydrodynamics flows also we have solved. First we solved the 3D wire plate model. This is the wire, and you can see this is the solution domain, and these are the electric potentials we have given at the plate is 0 and where it is 46.2 kilovolt. Now these are the contours for potential and charge density, and these are some comparison with the literature. We have also used this ESD flows for multi-phase flows in a deformation of droplet for this problem, and you can see these are the different non-dimensional numbers we have used, and these are the deformation is happening. Radiative heat transfer in participating medium. So it was a challenging problem because for intensity equation when we solve, we need to consider the directions and more computations involved, and we solved the first 3D differentiated cavity, and for this the Nusselt number we have compared with the available result of Kumar and Issaran. Yes. And this is the problem where we have used non-Bossiness natural convection. So you can see that here the density actually varies with the temperature, and we have used a low Mach number formulation for this non-Bossiness model. So you can see that these are the gas here, it is a participating, and we have compared our result with the literature, and the density is varying as well as the viscosity is also varying. So in this problem, it is more physics involved, natural convection, electrically conducting in the presence of magnetic field and radiation. So all these physics are involved in this problem, and we have compared our result with the literature. So some of the axisymmetric flows we have also solved, flow over a sphere and turbulent axisymmetric flow through a pipe and coalescence of two bubbles. And these are the comparison, then partial coalescence, dropping impact on a thin liquid film. So you can see all these modules are developed by only the students. Okay, so it was very challenging when we are developing to make it in a one platform. It was a very difficult, and we have integrated all the module in the same platform. So obviously now we have validations, different validations we have done, which shows the accuracy and the capability of the solver. And we also did the extensive testing for the GUI. And now we have this software, but it is a bottleneck. It is a serial, but we need to make it parallel. That is the challenge we are facing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amreshji. You are putting everything in a very systematic way. So I'm just telling the student this is not a one-day activity. This is, I think, more than 6 months, 6 years.
Yes.
6 years. A whole life. So you know that this is almost parallel to NCS fluent. Everything is covering. You know that single phase to multi-phase to suspense, electrohydrodynamics, everything is covered. So 1 and 2 question, but a small question, please.
Professor Amresh, so it's an excellent work. Now, my question is, in the solidification model, what kind of solidification model you have used? Single zone or two zone model?
Enthalpy based
Single
fluid.
Enthalpy based means single zone.
Yes. Single
Okay.
fluid model.
Now, in your multi-phase model, it is Euler-Euler or Euler-Lagrange?
This is Euler-Euler.
Euler-Euler. Now the question is whether this Euler-Euler multi-phase model can be added with the solidification model in your code. Simultaneous solution is possible.
Actually, gas particulate flows we have solved using two equations, but this gas and liquid, that we have used volume of fluid method.
Yeah,
so,
because we face the problem in ANSYS fluent, that is the Euler-Euler model cannot be coupled with the solidification model. So we need to write a huge UDF for that.
So we have tried that for the solidification model. So that may be a challenging problem.
Oh yeah. So and the final thing is that you claim that your code is capable of handling very complex geometries, but we cannot see any kind of example of complex geometry.
Yes, I have not shown because the PhD students, they publish some papers. Just using this software, they solve some problems which are not actually validation problems. That's why I have not shown you.
But my suggestion is in future you can include some few examples of complex geometry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ashish has questions. Please ask. Dr. Ashish.
Journal question. Is this code available to journal public? Is open source? And second question is, how much it is in use with BARC or ISRO?
Okay, so obviously it is a good question because we are trying for a long time to get it into the open source, but we are not getting permission from the BRC. And as usual, you know that BRC is hesitant to use in-house solver. So mostly they give their problem to different IITs and solve. So obviously they are not using, but few groups they have used and published the papers using Nuclova. Few groups.
Okay, Ashish. Yeah.
So he has asked what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
So just one quick query. So does it include interaction with particulates, as you said, gas particulate flows? Your solver, does it have so can it model gas particulate flows? That's the question.
Actually, fluidized bed kind of problem, we have solved 3-4 problems where we used two different equations for solving the fluid as well as the particle. Okay, so Euler model we have used. Okay, so I didn't get your question.
So, my question was, can it model gas solid flows? You said in the Eulerian
Yes.
framework.
This is the gas solid. Yes, fluidized bed means it is a gas solid flow.
Okay, but not in the Eulerian Lagrangian.
No, Lagrangian we have not.
Okay,
This is Alarin.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you. I have a very simple one question. Especially for a melting, generally we have to be choose your melting temperature. We have a within some range in ANSYS fluid. We have to be same use in your solver, same concept, taking the temperature range of melting. Like suppose the melting of paraffin wax is a 35 degrees Celsius. To be in a ANSYS fluid, generally we take like the range is like a 32 to 38 kind of things. In a materials, when we select in a material, we have to give the range of the melting.
No.
This is your single melting temperature.
Yes, depending on the boundary conditions and the properties you are giving. So based on that, it will work. Okay. So there is a source term which will determine that at what.
Okay. Regarding the message on, like you saw the message. Yeah. So here the message on what type of physics you have involved.
No, because the solidification takes place where it actually changes the temperature because phase change doesn't occur in a constant temperature. Yeah. So this massage zone, so here temperature varies actually.
Yes, that's my question.
So there will be a mix of these two.
Yes.
So that we have modeled using enthalpy based model. There is a source term which determines this massage region, which varies. That fraction is there between 0 and 1. So 1 means solid and 0 means solid and 1 is fluid. So it varies this F, that fraction in the massage region. Liquid fraction.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our plenary speaker for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation.
Now I would request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to felicitate our plenary speaker.
Okay, we have our next guest, Professor Dr. Ranjan Ganguly, Department of Power Engineering, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to present the plenary talk. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to present token of gratitude to our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Ranjan Ganguly.
Good morning, everyone. My heartfelt thanks to Vasant and his team and Amity University for inviting me to present here some of our research. And I see a lot of undergrads here this morning, so I'll try to keep my talk as little embedded with maths and stuff. So we'll be talking about something light, something superficial, which deals with things on surface. So as we all know, surface science is a science that deals with things related to surface tension. And as Professor Bharadwaj also mentioned and showed some of the nice features that this surface tension leads us to. So I'll be talking about how we can leverage this surface tension to solve some of those problems related to energy and water. Because as we all know, these energy and water are prime concerns of these next 50 years or so, apart from healthcare. And it kind of resonates with the Sustainable Development Goals as well. So what do we do to ameliorate these problems? As we all know, water is one pressing problem for us. Like, I mean, yesterday, Professor Muralidhar underscored the importance of harnessing fresh water because we starve from it. And much before we knew it, the creatures in the most arid places on Earth knew that. This is Namibia, one of the most arid places on the Earth. It has very little rainfall, but what it has is something unique. It has morning fogs. Almost 200 days in a year, it receives huge amount of fog in the morning. And some of these residents of these Namib desert, they know it. So what they do is they come up in the mornings, they take this strange position and harness or harvest the fog on their back, drawing almost 12% of their body weight, quenching their thirst. So they must be like endowed with certain features on their elytra or the back, which helps them to catch as much water as possible from fog. When scientists looked into those backs, which we call elytra, they found certain rough features and some waxy coatings. And it's not just those beetles, but also some desert grass, they also are endowed with certain features on their leaves, rough structures and some coating on their surface, which allows them to capture the fog. And as they capture the fog, the droplets, they go down through the leaves, go to the stem, and they suck up the water to do, whatever the plants need to do, like the photosynthesis. So the question is how we can improvise our technology, taking inspiration from nature to solve some of those problems related to energy and water. I'll just take you very briefly through the surface science. People sitting in the first 4 rows, please pardon me because you already know these things. But for the sake of others, say when you have a solid surface and you deposit a liquid on that surface, because of the surface energy of this liquid in presence of gas, liquid in presence of solid, and the solid in presence of gas, the liquid takes a unique shape, which is often characterized by what we know as contact angle. And at this point where these 3 fluids or 3 substances meet, there is a force balance which gives rise to a unique value of this equilibrium contact angle, which is given by well-known Young's equation. And this contact angle theta is since then taken as a measure of the wettability, meaning that how good a surface is or how much affinity does a surface have towards water. And it's the earlier one was a static contact angle. Apart from the static contact angle, there is a dynamic contact angle that we also talk about. Imagine that you have a droplet sitting on a flat surface. It's symmetric, but if you tilt it, it tries to slide down, giving rise to 2 extreme angles on its advancing and receding ends. We call it advancing and receding contact angle, and their difference or the difference of their cosine, we call it contact angle hysteresis. These 2 things are important for us. Depending upon the static contact angle, we characterize surfaces as superhydrophilic, like this one, where the contact angle is very, very small. With increasing contact angle, we call them hydrophilic. If it is more than 90 degrees, it's hydrophobic. Very high, it's called superhydrophobic. And such examples of surfaces are available in nature, and we can also synthesize those particles, those surfaces. How can we do them? For example, if we want to make a surface hydrophilic, like a glass, metal, or cellulosic fiber, we can choose a material with high energy, surface energy, and we also induce roughness on them by one of these processes. So this is an aluminum surface which we have made hydrophilic. So if you put a drop of water on such a surface, the water will spread very fast. We can also make a surface superhydrophobic by again making the surface rough and depositing some low surface energy material on top of them. With this brief background, let's proceed to see how we can use this wettability engineering to solve some of those problems related to energy and water. What we did was we used this wettability engineering to harvest fog from cooling tower. Now, mechanical engineers may have seen power plants, and in power plants, you may have seen cooling towers, which are big structures which is actually dumping the heat from the condenser back to the atmosphere through evaporative cooling. And because of this evaporative cooling, a lot of water vapor goes into the environment. A part of that goes out as unevaporated vapor, if we can capture some of it. We can also use condensation to capture the atmospheric water vapor on a sultry day like yesterday. If you could extract water from the atmosphere. You got the inkling of that from the lecture of Professor Muralidhar also yesterday. Surface engineering can be done to make surfaces of solar cells self-cleaning, which reduces the dust problem. And also we can use wettability engineering to improve collection for solar stills or solar water collectors. Cooling towers, as I mentioned, are like an indispensable part to obey the second law of thermodynamics. You need them, but unfortunately, a lot of water from cooling tower goes out as unevaporated and recondensed water droplets. The magnitude of loss is very high, 1800 liters per hour per megawatt, and think of a 1000 megawatt power plant. You don't want to lose that much of water. So what we did was in a working power plant, we did a pilot study and we put a small mesh at the exit area of these cooling towers. They are called cooling tower cells, and then we were able to capture water. It was good, but the problem was that the capture efficiency was not high. Why? Because a large amount of fog simply bypassed the mesh. A mesh is a porous structure. And then whatever water got impinged, generally these water droplets, which are like around 5 to 30 micron large, they impinge on these mesh surfaces by inertial impaction, diffusion, interception. But whatever got deposited on this mesh, they got also a part of that got re-entrained because there was a continuous flow. There was premature dripping from this mesh before we could collect them at the end of this mesh. Some of these mesh pores got clogged, which means that the mesh now acts as an impervious barrier and the fog diverts past the mesh. So all these led to low capture efficiency. Our target was, how can we improve the capture efficiency? We were able to capture some fog, but how can we improve the efficiency? The idea is to have better aerodynamic efficiency, so you can intercept the largest portion of the droplets. A high adhesion so that the re-entrainment loss is reduced. A low sliding angle, meaning a low contact angle hysteresis, so that the droplets could easily detach or slide down to the collector. And a durability. You don't want the mesh to break down in the middle. But interestingly enough, this high adhesion and low sliding angle, as many of my peer group will know, that they are kind of contradictory to each other. So that's why we stumble upon what is known as a mesh conundrum. How can we get a mesh surface which has a very good sliding ability, but it doesn't detach very easily? So we tried to optimize, or rather tune, the surface wettability of the mesh using different chemical methods. Essentially what it does is, like, we alter the surface roughness and we either use the intrinsic high energy of the metal, or we coat some low energy material like a fluoroalkyl silane on top of these mesh. And then you can see that the droplet shape on these mesh, they differ depending upon the wettability. Now, the strategy, it's a busy slide, I know, but the strategy we use is that we have to tune the wettability of the mesh surface such that it does not drip very easily, but it does not clog also the mesh pore, and just before clogging, it will slide down. So it's a tuning or an optimum range of mesh wettability. Not just that, the spacing between the mesh and the fiber diameter, that also need to be tuned according to the mesh wettability. With that only, we can get a better collection. So the method that we followed was, we first found or tried to identify what is the dripping dynamics, or what are the conditions that or how a droplet of water from the fog will deposit on the mesh fiber and will grow. As we all know, like, when you have a thin thread of fiber and you have a droplet sitting on it, it can be residing on it in the shape of a barrel or a clamshell. And depending upon the size of this droplet and the fiber diameter and its wettability, it can have either a barrel or a clamshell shape. And these are either stable, bistable, and interchangeable. In reality, however, under gravity, we mostly saw that the clamshell shape was apparent. And so what we did was, we tried to find out the conditions that to identify what is the dripping condition, like how big a droplet will grow before it detaches from the fiber by gravity, through simulation as well as through experiments. And we identified the region, or rather regime, or the maximum droplet size it can have before dripping down. We don't want the droplet to drip out before they slide down. So we identified the regimes, and from that we identified what would be the spacing of the mesh fiber for a given mesh diameter. And from that we calculated the aerodynamic efficiency, that is a fluid mechanics aspect. I'm not going into the detail. And also the deposition efficiency of these droplets when they impinge on the fiber. So we analyzed it through the fog, or rather the fog dispersion dynamics and everything, and identified the regime for the best capture efficiency. We tested these fog collection in fog tunnels, and the work is ongoing. We are trying to find out the conditions for which we get the best capture efficiency. On the aspect of atmospheric water harvesting, we are using condensation. As we know, many of us know that the condensation primarily takes place either through dropwise or filmwise condensation. And in reality, like, if you have a can of a cold drink or a cold liquid, outside of that you get to see nucleation. The droplets, because of condensation, the droplets grow, they coalesce, and then eventually they form a film. And when they form a film, unfortunately, the heat transfer coefficient plummets. So the target is to have a sustained dropwise condensation on these surfaces. And not just dropwise condensation, the target is to have a minimum droplet size. So a small droplet, the smallest it can grow, we need to shed it from the surface, so that the heat transfer resistance is also minimum, and we get the highest heat transfer coefficient. I'll just skip these things. So the target is basically, during condensation, how can we keep the surface dry? Well, of course, we can make a surface super hydrophobic. so that even the smallest droplet will easily slide down like a droplet from the lotus leaf. But then there is a problem, like when you have a superhydrophobic surface, it intrinsically has a high nucleation barrier, meaning that the vapor doesn't like to condense on the surface. So at one hand, you have like the problem of forming a film for a regular hydrophilic surface, but on a superhydrophobic surface, the nucleation barrier is high. So we have to find an alternate solution. We followed what is known as a biphilic approach, which says that like if you have alternate superhydrophobic and superhydrophilic strips, and you can, if you deposit a droplet, the droplet will get a mobility because of the wettability gradient. So what we did was we were able to draw local patches of wettability contrast region on surfaces. So one region is hydrophilic or hydrophobic, the next region is superhydrophilic. For example, this is a mirror finish aluminum which is mildly hydrophilic, and this is superhydrophilic. And when we put it under condensation, we saw that these on the hydrophilic region, we got drop-wise condensation, and these hydrophilic regions gave film-wise condensation, but they also acted as a drain of the condensate. Unfortunately, under high humidity condition, those drains clogged, like the drains clogged under yesterday's rain. So when the condition is severe, we needed something different to pump the condensate and keep the surface dry. So what we did was we used those wettability contrast regions, but with a geometrical shape, like a wedge kind of shape or a triangular shape. This is a plate where we see these droplets, and we saw that we can easily pump them on these surfaces by creating this shape. Actually, it's more visible when we see it under high-speed imaging. Like these are the high wettable regions, and these are the droplets. As we put a gentle tap on this surface, the droplets were pumped. How were they pumped? Through capillary pumping. I'll skip these two. The origin of this capillary pumping lies in this triangular shape of this superhydrophilic tract, which gives a net unbalanced force or a Laplace pressure gradient, which pushes this droplet. Using this capillary pumping, we were able to have a flow which exceeds a theoretical limit, what we know as Washburn limit. And that was able to give us, I'll skip these things, a better condensation. Instead of using a single wedge-like track, we used a combination of these tracks on the surface to get a condensation. So these are the wedge tracks. The condensate forms on these hydrophilic part, and then they get drained through these wedge tracks. So the pumping in the horizontal direction takes place through capillary action. The vertical drainage takes place through gravity. And this eventually gives rise to a 30% rise in the heat transfer coefficient. And we got a better heat transfer. So this 30% may look apparently small, but in the energy business, it's a lot. On the self-cleaning surface for superhydrophobic, or rather solar photovoltaic cell, in the interest of time, I'll just show the videos. Like we were able to develop surfaces on transparent coating on surfaces, which we could lay on solar photovoltaic panels. This is a regular glass surface. This is a superhydrophobic surface, and this is a superhydrophobic glass surface, which was coated with dust cover. You can see that these droplets, as they deposit on this glass surface coated with dust, they are able to pick up these dust better. And when they get dislodged from this surface after rebound, they clean this surface. We tested these surfaces under dusty condition and with a given amount of water on it. And we eventually found that with our coating, we were able to get this much of benefit in cleaning after every cycle. So there was a net benefit in energy. So I'll skip these slides. Basically, these are some, we identified the regimes which gives, So we identified regimes that gives higher cleaning efficiency on an inclined glass surface. on a superhydrophobic self-cleaning glass surface. And so it's basically a combination of inclination and the velocity with which the droplet would impinge to get the best cleaning efficiency. Also with dust coating, depending upon the impact velocity, which we know characterized Weber number, the extent of cleaning varies, and there's also like several possibilities of the extent of cleaning that we can get on superhydrophobic glass surface. Overall, the idea is to find out the conditions that gives rise to the best cleaning by a single droplet. Now, in a practical scenario, we'll not be cleaning by a single droplet, but through an array of droplets from a nozzle. The idea is to clean the glass surface with as little as possible water. So that is our target, to find out maximum cleaning with the minimum amount of water investment, because most of these solar cells are solar panels or solar power plants are located in a water-starved area. I'll skip this aspect in the interest of time, but the idea is like on a solar steel, we can, which relies on evaporation and recondensation, we can tune the wettability of the bottom of this glass cover to enhance the water collection as much as possible. I'd like to thank my collaborators in Jadavpur, my students, current and former, and my other collaborators at IIT Madras, Pallab, who gave a talk yesterday on a different topic, Somadip Seth at IIT Gandhinagar, Professor Konstantin Megridis at University of Illinois, Chicago, and Harunori and Marie Gabriel at University of Nice, France. And my heartfelt thanks again to Amity University and the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ranjan Ganguly. You know that our interest is same. So my student have several questions. So please discuss later. But there is a 2-3 questions from the other. They are especially for our guest. They can ask the question. Please. Yeah.
Thanks for the excellent presentation. So you have mentioned that these coated glass surfaces are actually acting as superhydrophobic. So how much long is the life of these surfaces?
Durability is an issue. Like on metal surfaces, we were able to get durability of several hundred hours. Like, I mean, the experiments were on, we shut the experiment, redid the experiment on the next day, it worked out. On the glass surface, we still are not getting very good durability. Like standard droplet impact test, it's surviving, but if you rub it, it's going out.
Okay. And in terms of like standard droplet impacts at a single location, for like how many number of impacts or number of hours it is surviving? Because some of the cases we have also tried where we saw that after around 30 to 40 drop impacts on a single location, it loses its hydrophobic.
No, our formulation, we had like this 1,000 droplets rainfall test. It survived. And what we did was, it's not just, I mean, we measured upon droplet impact, it rebounded, and we measured the distance over which it traveled. That remained consistent within this error bar of experimental inaccuracy. But yeah, I mean, 1,000 droplets is not enough again. You have to, the most important thing is that 1,000 droplet and UV radiation combined together may give you the real acid test.
Thank you very much.
Any other question? Yeah, please.
Only simple question allowed.
It's a very generic question. So you mentioned 30% enhancement in transfer, but any update on the cost? Let us say you are improving the heat, but you are also doing so many processes and also that will also incur some cost, right, at the expense of increasing the heat transfer coefficient.
Right. For that particular method which we followed, it was really incremental, because what we did was, there was just like through a laser, we cut a selective portion of the thin film that was on top of the surface, and then it was acid etched. On a regular condenser surface in a power plant, for example, you must be knowing that the tubes, they undergo several chemical treatments. So it's like a huge trench in which the tubes are dropped and they undergo acid etching. So yeah, the acid etching, or rather the chemical treatment, there is not really significant additional cost. And then it all boils down to a one-time laser etching on the surface, which is like a printing. That is the additional cost. So it entails infrastructure, but as a running expense, as far as the running expense is concerned, it's not that much.
Is it the best possible enhancement, or you can still play with the geometry?
There are several factors involved in it. I mean, depending upon if you have NCG, the NCG fraction, as it changes, then the surface that gives you the best condensation, that also changes. So I really cannot claim it's the best. It was the best for the range of condition that we studied. It was, I mean, for a wide range of ambient condition, it gave us higher performance. That's for sure.
Okay, so I have one question. Like you are making a capillary pump,
right,
for drawn the condensate very easily. So what is the gradual variation of this?
So there is no wettability gradient in that track.
No, there is no wettability gradient, but you have to take the variation of the surface area.
Right. So a 3 to 5 degree angle of opening of that was good enough.
What is the minimum area and what is the maximum?
Well, I mean, it's not the area; it's the capillary dimension.
Yeah.
So as long as this width of the track is within the capillary dimension, then you are good.
Good. So this may be a limiting.
That's the limiting factor, which limits the length of the track.
So thank you. Really, it was very nice. I'm requesting to my students, sir, please visit in our lab. We have also making something, and definitely you have to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the plenary talk. Now I would like to request Professor Vasant Singh Sikkawa to felicitate our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Ranjan Ganguly. Thank you, sir. I request all the dignitaries, faculties to kindly move to the respected venue for high tea. Following the high tea, we will be having another plenary talk over the same venue. Thank you. All the guests, please come forward for the photograph.
Volunteers, please join. Please join.
To our plenary speaker, Dr. Ahmed Baharuddin Abdullah. Can we have a huge round of applause? The topic of his plenary talk is recent studies on friction stir welding of dissimilar material and thickness. At the School of Mechanical Engineering, University of Science Malaysia, A.B. Abdullah holds the position of Associate Professor since 2014. His research interests are in sheet metal forming, Taylor blanks made by friction stir welding and laser welding, and recently wire arc additive manufacturing. He has published more than 100 journals and conference articles indexed in the Web of Science and Scopus. In addition, Dr. Ahmed Baharuddin authored 11 books for both domestic and foreign publishers, including non-research works. Now I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the plenary talk.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Madam Chairman for this session. I would like to express my acknowledgement to the organizer of this conference to call me or to invite me to present or to share my studies in this conference, especially to Prof. Basan to invite me. All right, here I would like to share some of our recent studies about the precision welding, especially on the joining different or dissimilar part and as well as dissimilar thickness. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce my organization first. Okay, I'm come from University Science Malaysia, one of the public university in Malaysia, located at one of the state in northern peninsula of Malaysia, which is in Penang. Okay, we have about 26 schools and about 35,000 undergraduate students and more than 6,000 postgraduate students. Okay, I came from the School of Mechanical Engineering, about 30 years old. And at the school, we have two programs, which is on the mechanical engineering and as well as a bachelor in manufacturing engineering with management, where I serve in. Okay, next I want to introduce as well the place or the lab that I conduct my study, which is on metal forming research lab, where here we established in 2006, still new, relatively new, and we are focused on the lightweight manufacturing strategies, and one of it is the friction stir welding, and also recently we also involved in metal additive manufacturing. We are focusing on how we can manufacture parts, especially when deal with different material, different behavior, different as well as different thickness. Okay, please bear in mind that we are from manufacturing. My background is manufacturing engineering, so we just our study is more focused on how the parts can be produced or can be manufactured. Make sure that we can manufacture it easily or effectively, and there is no defect. That's our main strength. We complement. We have what our colleague in mechanical engineering as well do all the simulation and experimental works to come up with theories and studies, and then we apply it in the manufacturing processes. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. I will start with a brief introduction about the topics to be discussed, and then the objective that we want to achieve from this study, a brief methodology on how we do the project or the activities involved, what are the facilities that we are using, and also the method that we are implement in our research, and then the result discussion followed by the conclusion. Okay, just a brief introduction about Taylor welded blank. Taylor welded blank is one of the strategies where we produce sheet metal in terms of what we call as a blank at lower in terms of weight, but still remaining the strength, especially in the when we form the structure for All right. We can see here there are a lot of parts in the car, for example, that utilize Taylor welded blank in the manufacturing, and some of the part as for example require strength. Okay, in TWB or Taylor welded blank, we one of the aim is to, or strategy is to reduce the total weight of the part. So one of the strategy is by replacing some of the section of the part by lighter material. For example, some of the part probably previously made by metal, and then now by this technology we can make it half my steel and another half probably with a lighter material such as aluminum alloy or magnesium alloy and so on. So when we form, before properly we will know the behavior of the my steel. But when we cover or we introduce a new material, probably the behavior of the blank itself may difference. So that's why we need to know what are the optimum parameter of the manufacturing parameter and also the friction stir welding parameter in order to make sure our part or our product produced successfully without any defect. And also we need to ensure that, for example, as I mentioned just now, some part need strength. So in order to in achieving lighter structure, we cannot tolerate or we cannot change or make or produce a much softer material, because in relatively when its material becomes soft, so the strength usually become lower. So we must ensure that when we join the material with different thickness, the strength, the hardness still at the acceptable level. Same to other part, probably which requires form, means that with my steel, for example, we cannot easily form it, or there are a lot of defects, for example. So when we choose other material in terms of, for example, here we use aluminum alloy, so we can produce it successfully without any defect that we will discuss further later. Okay, this is, I think we cover, this is some of the studies being have been conducted and on how, okay, before I proceed, I just want to introduce the friction stir welding. Okay, friction stir welding is a solid state welding. It's another type of welding where in this case material are not melt, means that it's already still in the solid form. So we just it's different to the fusion type of welding such as laser, arc welding and so on, where material being melted during the process. So by doing this, by using this process, we can join many type of material. For example, by fusion welding, we cannot join aluminum and mild steel because they are different. But using friction stir, we can do it. Even in the case where we can, in some application, we can see that even metal and polymer material can be joined using this technique. But I'm not going to show that now because we are doing on that aspect. Okay, this is the figure show the setup of the friction stir welding. We are using conventional milling machines to produce that. The mechanism is simple. When the tools approach the material, and then we'll start to rotate the tool at a certain speed, and then they start to solve the material and then combine the material from both sides. Okay, there are many parameters that involve in the friction stir welding. For example, in terms of machine as well, in terms of process, in terms of design, and so on. There are a lot of studies being conducted. So we just focus some of them in our study. For example, this is some of the other studies being have been conducted. Type of joint, for example, the lab part and so on, and there are different efficiency we can find in those type of material. Okay, this is the joint configuration as I said just now. They are T joint. They are, I think, probably for mechanical students, they are very familiar with this T joint, L joint, lap joint, and so on. These are typical joint method in welding. But we are exploring a further a bit different from that. We call as a double butt joint, where usually being used by carpenter in their daily work. Okay, this is the double butt joint that I have mentioned just now, where we need to prepare the edges so that they can join together later after we do the friction welding. From the study, they are observed that by increasing the surface contact between the edges, we can increase the strength of the joint itself. Okay, we also join the aluminum and steel in this case. I will further discuss later on how we do it and what are parameters that we have optimized. And also from that we observe defects such as spring back, and we also study on how heat treatment affected the formation of spring back, because we know that there are some metal can be heat treated, but some of them are not. In this case, we use one of them can be heat treated and the other one is not, so that we can see what are the effects to the spring back pattern. On application sides, we discover the single point incremental sheet forming. This is one of the sheet metal forming processes to produce intricate or special shape. This is called as also a dieless sheet metal forming, where here we don't use any die or tools as usual, or just as common sheet metal forming process. In SPIF, we observe few parameters to see the effect of surface roughness, thinning pattern, as well as the surface roughness and thinning pattern, because this is very important in order to ensure that the form we produce successfully and there is no effect, no defect you can see on the surface especially. Okay, this is our objectives, to see the effect of the dissimilar material and dissimilar thickness, as well as this joint configuration to the performance of the produced blank that we produced by friction stir welding. We also optimize using Taguchi and ANOVA to find what are the design and optimum design and process parameter for successful friction stir welding process. And at the end also, we want to see in terms of application, because we are talking about the manufacturing. If we do observe, or we do discover the optimum parameter, but when we go to the manufacturing aspect, is not that really meant for the manufacturing itself. So we try to cover everything from the characterization until the application. You can see for example, the characterization in terms of strength, in terms of hardness, and as well. Also, you see the effect of joint configuration. Want to see the spring back in terms of formability of the joint, spring back, thinning pattern, and so on. Also, we want to see the application in terms of SPIF. In the future, maybe we want to further discuss, or we want to further explore into what are effect of crashworthiness to the produce blank. This is a general flow chart, where first we prepare the material, what are material being used, what are the combination of it, which one at retreading, which one at advancing, the thickness as well, and also the type of joint. And then we proceed with the friction stir welding, where we try to optimize to find the optimum parameter of spindle speed, welding speed, steel angle, as well as the penetration depth. And then after that, we evaluate the joint, whether the optimum parameter can be implemented in the production or in the manufacturing stage, which is, for example, we focus on, we explore on the application in terms of single point incremental forming. Okay, this is how we do the characterization, where when the material being prepared, after we join, we cut into double shape to get the or to study or to test the tensile strength of the joint, as well as we can see also the micro hardness pattern of the joint as well. This is some of the parameters being we have chosen, and the level of the parameters we got it from literature, because the range of the each level also huge. So that's why we don't want to repeat it again. That's why we obtain from the literature what are the spindle speed being used by others, other researchers. And then for the heat treatment, we do the simple heat treatment process on the material itself. For this case, for example, when we join mild steel with the aluminum alloy 6061, we know that most of the time we know that mild steel is not considered as non-heat treatable material, whereas the 661 is yes. So that's why we can see how we can how the heat treatment parameters may affect the formation of the spring back in this case. We also see on how the effect of stroke, how much being bent, and then we can see the effect of it. This is how we measure the spring back on the joint. We can see there here in this case we are joining aluminium 6061 and my steel SAE 101020. So we can see that that's the produced joint that we have from the macro images. And then we also test on the final element method. We are not good in this, we are not expert in this, but we try to explore it, because by using final element, we can explore more in terms of parameters. But other than that, most of our works are on experimental work. Okay, thank you. Okay, on the surface roughness of the SPF parts, we do it. We're using Mituto SD400, and there are parameters as we can see in the table. So we can from that we can find what are the parameters that produce less surface roughness in this case. We measure it on outside, because in this case usually inside definitely will not be smooth because of the effect of the tools. And this is the part that being produced. And another one is consider also the thinning pattern, because in SPRF we know that thinning will be happen. That's why we want to ensure that the thinning may not affect the structure integrity of for this case the shape. And the result for discussion, we can see that from here, we can see that even the hardness actually will be affected by the heated zone. We call as a heat affected zone at the middle where the joint is proceed. We can see there are a bit hardness reduction in terms of that. And if we compare with other type of joint, we can see that by using DBL or double butt lap joint, we can see an improvement in terms of hardness, tensile strength, as well as the hardness. Here, interesting as well, we can see the formation of S, because S line profile, where this also affected the strength and hardness of the joint. From the optimization, we can see that the most influenced parameter in this case is the, as you can see in the table, there's optimal level for each parameter. And then in terms of spring back for the mycel and aluminum joint, we can see that from at different parameter of heat treatment, we can see their effect in terms of spring back. We can see there are a bit interaction in terms of spring back. We can see also the effect of stroke into the spring back as well from the study. And but on the puncture offside, offset is the where we apply the bend towards the location of well joint, and we can see that not much affected by the change of the offside of the puncture offside or the upset of the puncture. In terms of surface quality, we can see that there are some parameters really affected. For example, the step size and but we can see very minimum effect on the rotational speed, if I'm not mistaken there. And we compare our study with other literature and with a different material, so we can see the pattern. And then as well as on the thickness pattern, we can see that wall angle or all wall angle play a very significant parameters in this case, where we can see when we change the wall angle, we can see thinning may happen, or we can see huge thinning can be observed. We divided into 4 places because we have symmetry cone shape, so we can see how much is happened for each side. So, as a conclusion, you can see that friction stir parameters play a significant role in terms of performance of the produced blank, in this case when it's produced for when if we see in terms of strength as well as the hardness, and we can see as well the heat treatment parameter also play a significant role in this case, even though we can say that they are not that much affected, but still we can see the effect. Surface quality very much influenced by the set size, whereas the thinning more toward the wall angle parameters. As I mentioned just now, in the future, we would like to study further on application where, such as the impact, what are the effect of produce blank towards the impact in terms of crash worthiness and so on, so that later we can not just produce or form it successfully, but in terms of application, will be also beneficial to the industries. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge my organization as well as the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia for providing the grant for this success. And this is my team. Okay, that's all. Thank you. I hope
so. Thank you very much. It was considered very nice talk, especially you are talking about the very hot area, stirring casting, and really we see your department profile, your university profile, more than 35,000 students in undergraduate, 6,000 in a PG. Then you have a very good department. All these things we appreciate your. Okay. So now the session is open for questions. Because time is not allow us, we have only 1-2 questions, please. Okay, so I have very general questions. Like, what is the major applications of your research, especially for casting, welding, and fabrication, where we would like to be used?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bob, for the question. It's a very good question. Okay, our main intention is to develop methods where we can utilize the tele-weather blank. Okay, we know that tele-weather blank is one of the strategies to reduce the weight of the structure, especially in the automotive application. When we can reduce the weight, we can reduce the consumption of fuel. And then it can contribute to the environment. Lah. And then tele-welded bank can be produced or can be manufactured by many methods. One of it is precision steel welding. So we are focusing on that in terms of manufacturing point of view.
Okay, so as far as my understanding, you reduce the weight. Yeah, so it is more concerned to a more smooth surface.
Okay, thank you, Prof. All right, there are many aspects we are considered with. First, we know that when we change the current or initial material to a softer material or lighter material, it may affect the performance of the structure itself. Maybe it becomes softer, so the strength is not that good lah. Even though it's lighter, but when it's not strong, the car is not safe to the passenger. So in this study, we not just to ensure that it can be manufactured, but the current property or initial properties will not affected by use. But even though we are replacing by new or lighter material, something like that.
So
okay.
You are more thinking about the strength also.
Yeah.
Joint strength also. Yeah. So thank you, Professor.
Okay,
thank you very much. And we are looking forward for joint collaboration also. Thank you. Please.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our plenary speaker for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. Now I request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to felicitate our plenary speaker, Dr. Ahmed Baramuddin Abdullah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce the session chairs for this keynote talk, Dr. Swati Gangwar from NSUT Delhi, Dr. Siddharth Jain from UPES Dehradun, and Professor Dr. Ashish Agarwal from IGNOU, New Delhi.
I would like to request Dr. Pallav Gupta and Dr. Basant Singh Saikwar to present the Tulsi sapling to Professor Dr. Dibakar Rakshit as a token of gratitude.
Our keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Dibakar Rakshit, Professor, Department of Energy Sciences and Engineering from IIT Delhi. The topic of this keynote is PCM-based retrofitting techniques to reduce the ventilation load of an HVAC system.
Dr. Dibakar Rakshit is a professor at IIT Delhi Department of Energy Science and Engineering with over 19 years of experience in thermofluidic sciences. His research covers energy storage devices, battery thermal management, polygeneration, phase charge material, heat exchanger, green building concept, waste heat recovery, and high temperature system modeling. He earned his PhD from University of Western Australia and conducted postdoctoral research at ASTRI CSIRO Australia. He has led projects funded by national and international agencies and has published extensively with over 93 journal articles, 53 conference papers, and 17 book chapters. Dr. Rakshit also promotes primary education as the faculty advisor of NSS IITD's education vertical.
I'd like to request our session chair to take over the session for the question. Oh. I'd like Dr. Rakshit to take over the podium. I also request our session chairs to take over the dais.
I would request Dr. Pallav Gupta to present the Tulsi sapling to our session chair, Dr. Swati Gaikwad, Dr. Siddharth Jain, and Dr. Ashish Agarwal as a token of gratitude. I would like Dr. Basant to join too.
Yes. I can start. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you. Yeah, now it is. So first of all, I want to express my gratitude to Amity University, Noida campus, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this occasion of Flame 2024. So I'm a regular visitor of Amity University in Noida, and I have been associated with Professor Vasant from a long time now. So basically a mechanical engineer, and that's why I find myself very much comfortable to come to this conference year again and again. Flame basically, and now I work in the Department of Energy Science and Engineering. But the connecting point uh, for me to energy is through mechanical engineering. and more specifically through thermofluid, through heat transfer, fluid mechanics, all those subjects. And so there, I work in more vast topic of energy storage. And if I speak about more specific within energy storage, then it is thermal energy storage. That's what I work on, and application of thermal energy storage in various areas. So what I propose this time for FLAME 2024 is regarding utilization of phase change material, thermal energy storage phase change material, as one of the energy saving vector which can be employed in as a heat exchanger for saving energy in air conditioning. So that was the main aim with which we proposed the topic. But today I will be showing you some other factors which will be correlating the main topic of utilizing phase change material through a heat exchanger for an air conditioner. But other than that, also how it can be much more versatile, that I will be showing within this next 30 minutes. So this is the list of content for my talk today. Basically, the last one is what we have discussed in more details when I wrote the abstract. But I just thought that I should give more idea about what we can do other than utilizing the phase change material as a heat exchanging device for saving energy in an air conditioner. That also I will be just discussing with you, giving some food for thought. So I think this is not very alien to us when we speak about energy transition, when we speak about hybrid energy systems, and when we speak about multi-vector energy systems, when we are going through a transition, when we are attempting to make the system more versatile by introducing renewables to our conventional energy requirement through non-renewables. And that becomes quite challenging when we have the demand, it is reaching sky, and at the same time the type of carbon footprint which we are going through now, it is alarming in all different ways which we can see what is happening in and around. So starting from the type of drought or the summer we had, and then now the rain through which we are going, and the type of discomfort, thermal discomfort we are facing. So this all actually alarms us to think that now it is high time for us, if not renewable, at least to come up with a scenario where both renewable as well as non-renewable coexist, and we propose a hybrid system. And to be very honest, I think you will agree with me that it is very easy to work with one type of system, say whether it is renewable or non-renewable. But when you have something where both the systems coexist, then the challenge becomes much more to be thought for, or much more difficult to deal with. So there comes the introduction of multi-vector energy systems. When we are speaking about the energy security of our country like India, where the population is so high, when we are speaking about the energy transition, where there is exchange of power between the states, there is purchase power parity that we speak about, this hybrid energy system becomes very challenging to deal with. And as we know that when we speak about renewables, the first and last thing which comes in our mind is the uncertainty associated with renewables. Because if we are speaking about solar, we know that solar is so much powerful that it can cater to whatever energy requirement we have throughout the whole world. But then why we are not able to utilize it? The first and most important thing which makes it not very lucrative is the unavailability of the solar at those times when the power requirement is quite high. So you can see that there is always a mismatch between the demand which we have and the supply which we get from the renewables. So similarly, if we want to introduce renewables in the existing non-renewable grid, there can be a huge imbalance within the grid itself. So that makes us much more cautious to design a system which will help us to give an uninterrupted power supply without any sort of uncertainty associated with it. So here comes the requirement of energy storage. So why energy storage? I think it becomes very much convincing from my next slide. So this is just, I thought that I will give you some idea that where people are now thinking about. Like there is a very recent article which I got from BBC where they are saying that block of cement can also act as batteries. So some way or the other, people are speaking about utilizing materials which are available locally and at the same time which are not so expensive to deal with a scenario where energy storage can be one of the pivoting point for any sort of energy multi-vector energy solutions which we are seeking about. So as I was telling that storage is the most important point, and this slide pretty much in nutshell defines what energy storage is, why we require energy storage when we are speaking about energy transition, and how we can deal with this multi-vector energy scenario where various parameters like renewables, non-renewables coexist, and we have to come up with a solution which is much more robust in terms of grid stability, which is much more robust in terms of providing a perennial power as and when it is called for or required. So I think the last one is something which will be more enticing for people who are from mechanical engineering background, especially from thermal engineering or heat transfer background. So basically, you can see that when we are speaking about energy storage, the first thing which comes in my mind is the first class of storage which we would have gone through in our +1 during our first class of physics, where we understood that the energy which is stored in a material is the dot product of the mass, the heat storage capability, and the temperature with which the energy is stored. For example, say if I take this bottle of water, so if I want to gauge how much of energy is stored in this bottle of water, basically it is the mass of the water, what is the specific heat of the water, and then the temperature at which the water is stored. So there comes this thermophysical properties and the material aspects of thermal energy storage, material aspects of any storage which speaks about low grade energy like thermal energy, and how as a mechanical engineer you can champion it when you design a thermal storage or a thermal battery. See, this battery name is coined from the concept of storing the energy and then utilizing it as and when it is required. That's how the battery name is conceptualized. That's how the concept of capacitance is conceptualized, and that's how this thermal battery also comes into picture. Now, which thermophysical properties? So I think we all have the basic understanding of heat transfer. So the two thermophysical properties which are very important when we speak about thermal energy storage is the storage capability, which is the heat storage capacity or the heat specific heat, and another one is the diffusivity of that particular system in terms of the thermal conductivity. So these are the two very important critical thermophysical properties which should be kept in mind when we are designing a thermal based energy storage system. And the application can be again whatever I just now spoke about in terms of providing a design solution, less energy intensive design for an air conditioner. It can be a storage which can cater to the requirement of a solar thermal power generation. Again, it can be a solution which provides or which mitigates the heat which is getting generated in an electric vehicle by virtue of lithium ion batteries. So there you can see that there are many areas through which this thermal energy storage can act as a dissipating mechanism, as an energy saving mechanism, which will actually help us to cater to the requirement of that particular scenario where we want to provide a solution with less energy intensive systems. Okay, so this is a very interesting graph when you want to understand the concept of energy storage, not thermal energy storage, any energy storage. So basically, this gives the load profile within a particular scenario throughout the day, where we are having something which is known as the base load, and then something which comes at certain peaking time of the day when there is an extra requirement of load or extra requirement of power. Now, if some way or the other we can chop this part by providing energy through the extra storage which you would have got during the normal or business as usual time, this will actually reduce the load over the grid, and at the same time it will be reducing the cost of the power or the electricity through which you are trading in terms of the demand supply management of the project. So this gives the importance of energy storage, and at the same time, this conceptualizes a very important terminology which is known as the peak shaving. So peak shaving is a certain amount of energy savings which you can have if some way or the other you come up or you propose a technology which will help you to reposit the extra amount of energy which you are producing during your base load power generation requirement and utilize it during that time of the day where there is an extra requirement of power. And not only that, this also helps you to utilize the renewables which is available during daytime, if I'm speaking about solar energy, and then store it in terms of electrical energy and then utilize it during that time of the day when there is no solar. So that way also you can understand this concept of peak shaving, of saving the energy. I think this slide pretty much gives us what energy storage is defined as. The important takeaway of this slide is the first stage efficiency and second stage efficiency. Like if we want to understand what is first stage efficiency, we generate power and we utilize it immediately without any concept of storage. That is the most ideal way of utilizing energy, but that is not always possible. Some way or the other, there is always a mismatch between when you can generate maximum power and when you actually require the power. So in that way, this mismatch is some way or the other asking us for one more vector within this multi-vector energy system, which is the storage component. And once you introduce one more vector in this multi-vector energy system, your inefficiency increases, which brings us to this concept of second efficiency or second inefficiency, as I will be saying. So battery is a known devil which you can't eradicate, which you can't neglect when you want to speak about a hybrid energy system, and at the same time when you want to have an uninterrupted power throughout the day by introducing some sort of renewables in the non-renewable grid, so on and so forth. I think this slide pretty much summarizes that. This is a very interesting slide where you can see that starting from the requirement of the energy in the housing to the requirement of the energy in various industrial application to any of those requirements which we have in our day-to-day life, some way or the other they are being catered by various power generating sources. But the main pivoting point which connects all this multi-vector energy system is the storage part, which helps us to interlink all the power generation, which helps us to interlink all the utilities which we have throughout this entire market, energy market, which we can conceptualize. Now coming to the classification, so I will not read out what, how, and why we classify this energy storage systems. So basically the classification can be classified into two types. One is the low grade energy, as we deal with in thermodynamics, that is heat based or thermal based energy, and another one is the high grade energy, where we store energy in terms of electrical energy form. So as a mechanical engineer, we will be much more enticed, or we will be much more interested to know how this low grade energy can be utilized. So in that also, we will be again more specifically dealing with thermal energy storage with various temperature range. Now what is this temperature range? One is like low temperature range, which comes up to say 70 degrees centigrade from room temperature, or below that to 70 degrees centigrade. If you are going beyond say 120 to 300 350 degrees centigrade, that is intermediate energy storage. If you are going beyond 500 degrees centigrade, that is high temperature range thermal energy storage. And if we speak about melting of metal, if we speak about melting of something like silicon, that in becomes ultra high temperature energy storage. And I hope you will agree with me, once we go towards the higher temperature of storing the energy, the second law efficiency or the exergetic efficiency of that particular system becomes better and better, because it is always good to have high quality heat rather than having low quality heat with the same delta T over which the operation is happening. So that's how we appreciate high temperature, ultra high temperature thermal energy storage system. That's what I will be discussing in more details. This is regarding the maturity level of different energy storage technologies. Maybe if you Google now, it would have changed a bit, but still in terms of the technology readiness level, thermochemical energy storage system is still at the nascent stage. The most traditional and the most reliable one in terms of storing energy is pump hydro, where we are having the round trip efficiency say around 65 to 80%, and which is a very lucrative one in terms of the scale or the amount of energy which you can store when we are speaking about pump hydro or pump storage hydropower in comparison to that of any of the other storage technologies. And it is well proven in terms of the technology, in terms of the technology readiness level. So let me come to the thermal energy storage or thermal battery. So similar to electrical battery, it is also having three different distinct stages. One is the charging, another one is the storing of the thermal energy, and then calling it off or discharging it when and where it is required. So that's how we define the different stages of an energy storage, and even for thermal energy storage also we define it in the similar way. Another way of classification of thermal energy storage is in terms of sensible, latent, and thermochemical. That's what over here the chemical storage which we have spoken about. So as I was speaking about like the bottle of water, what amount of energy is stored in it, that comes under the category of sensible heat storage, and which is very common, which we have dealt with historically. But more energy providing or more energy density providing storage technology is latent heat thermal energy storage, and which is a bit tricky to deal with in terms of design, but in terms of the throughput, in terms of the efficiency, in terms of the round trip efficiency, this is much better in terms of in comparison to that of the sensible heat storage. And that's what we will be speaking about in our subsequent slides. So as I was telling, high temperature thermal energy storage, the exergetic efficiency will be very high, because if you are having temperature at a higher level than the dead state, then the quality of energy which you are having is much higher, which gives you a better throughput, which gives you a better second law efficiency of the system in comparison to that of other low temperature thermal energy storage devices. But it is having its own challenges, and as an engineer we all love to take challenges. We all love to take the design challenge which we can think of. And basically, in terms of its comparison with, say, lithium ion battery, this high temperature energy storage is very much comparable. But the only challenge which it comes with is how to maintain that temperature at such a high degree of heat. So that is something which is challenging. But if we can retain it, if we can maintain it, then definitely this can be a game changer. And this is something which we always want to promote, which we always want to think of in terms of as a thermodynamics person or as a heat transfer person. And the application here I have spoken about is in terms of thermoionic photovoltaic with supercritical CO2. That can be one of the solutions which can be utilized for high temperature latent heat thermal energy storage. We'll not go into details of this. Again, the same thing is more or less getting repeated. So these are some of the CFD or the thermohydraulics study which we have done for high temperature thermal energy storage. And there were some interesting phenomenon which we came up with when we compared it with low temperature or medium temperature thermal energy storage in terms of sodium nitrate, solar salt. When we compared it with silicon, basically the trend of silicon in terms of heating, in terms of generating the vortices, was entirely different in comparison to that of its intermediate or low temperature counterpart. So when we are designing such a high temperature system, you should actually understand first the physics behind it and then attempt to design the same. This is some more details in terms of storing the energy at high temperature and then utilizing it through some supercritical CO2 based Brayton cycle, so on and so forth, and some parametric study in terms of the inlet temperature, the split ratio when you are having two turbines working in tandem with each other, how the efficiency can be worked with in a better way so that you get the maximum output from this ultra high temperature thermal energy storage. That was the main idea with which we have done this experiment. Then there were some lab experiments in terms of characterization, then finalizing it to utilize it as a thermal battery in the lab to understand, can we actually have a scenario where this high temperature thermal energy storage can provide a solution. There we went with some parametric study and came up with some interesting results to find that both the charging and discharging were having their own salient features in terms of the melt fraction, in terms of the time taken for charging, in terms of the time taken for discharging, and the eccentricity, the inclination through which the system has been placed through. Let me just go through the main one. I think this one I will just skip. This is with the stirring mechanism, how a stirring mechanism can improve the overall efficiency of a thermal battery. Okay, so this is the one which I wanted to highlight, where we wanted to work with an air conditioner having a PCM based energy storage system attached to it, so as to reduce the overall energy consumption which is required in a particular control space. Like for example, this one where we are having a vapor compression system, can some way or the other we can use a PCM based heat exchanger to reduce the overall energy consumption in an energy intensive vapor compression HVAC system. That was the main idea with which we proposed this design. It is nothing, we are just having the same air conditioner, but a heat exchanger with certain arrangement of phase change material and the air coming through it. So the hot air which is coming from outside, if some way or the other can be able to reduce its energy or reduce its temperature, then the overall load which is coming over the air conditioner will be getting reduced, or the overall load which is coming on the mechanical compressor will get reduced. That was the whole aim with which this study was initiated. And then we optimize the design of the heat exchanger in terms of the placement of the phase change material, what are the various configurations through which the phase change materials can be placed. We just wanted to parameterize it and wanted to understand how this thing can give better option. And then we had both the options with the inner tube and then having the PCM on the outer tube. And you can see that the PCM on the outer tube was much more energy efficient in comparison to that of the PCM in the inner tube. And with that only we further did experiments to understand the configuration and introduce certain extended surfaces or fins to see can there be a better design which will be making this PCM based heat exchanger much more efficient in comparison to that of highly energy intensive HVAC, vapor compression HVAC system. So these are some of the results where the maximum reduction in temperature with certain arrangement of fins was being reported, and there was a reduction in the temperature say from 1.5 and 1 degree centigrade for 6 fins to no fins. These are some more studies. I think I will directly go to the conclusions. So basically, you can see that when we are speaking about an HVAC system with a heat exchanger and with a PCM thickness, certain thickness, there are reported energy savings which will make it much more lucrative in comparison to that of utilizing a vapor compression system just barely. So that is the whole idea with which this entire study was done. And we have extended this study to find out how much of energy savings will be there if we are operating the system with this PCM based heat exchanger for 6 hours. And of course, we find an appreciable amount of energy savings if we propose this type of arrangement for any HVAC active HVAC based system. Basically, it is a passive solution which we are combining it with an active air conditioner so that there can be an appreciable energy saving. So yeah, these are the references. So I just thought that I should thank the entire team of thermal devices and testing laboratory, my research team, and one of the student who has actually contributed to this PCM based heat exchanger, Mr. Rahul Sharma, he is with me. So if you have many more queries, you can discuss with him, but I am happy to answer the questions which you have now. Thank you.
Is it working? Okay. So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I just want to all of you, if you have any query regarding this presentation or regarding the storage, so you can ask. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, we have done some. Yeah, these are some of the experiments. Yeah. We have ski type. Ski type thermal. Acha, this one. I think it was around some Point 0.5.
Then only we are able to get it.
Actually, no, this one was given by the supplier the certificate. So whatever we have purchased, they have given this as the certificate uncertainty. We have not measured it separately. They don't have. I know what you're saying. I know. I know.
Have to have the Wi-Fi really get
We
one of the diagram what I see.
CFD. This one.
Now, if you want to trace the interface, so what is the monitor that you want? Is the temperature or?
I think in that case we should not measure it through thermocouple. We should go for some non-intrusive thing like infrared or no. We have measured. No, now we are using thermocouple, but if you want to measure it to that accuracy, then you have to use infrared. Infrared thermocouple only.
So you were able to capture the interface, right?
We are capturing the interface.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
but not so accurately. It is highly diffusive.
Okay. So now my another one more question. That actually we are also doing something similar to this. That's what now you see there the velocity vector.
Yeah, this one.
You have shown two diagrams, isn't it?
That's right.
Left and right one must be your isotherms at the left, and then this is your velocity vector, isn't it? So what in the solid region? How come this fluid movement is seen? Yeah, exactly. Where your arrow is placed.
This one.
Yeah.
I'm not getting what you're saying.
That is actually this side must be the interface is there, right? There is the interface.
Yeah, this one is the interface.
So this side must be the solid one. The vector. Still the vectors are visible there. Is it the same or some other picture? You can see the velocity vector.
No. This I will explain you, Mr. Sharma. This is actually for the anomaly which we have for silicon in comparison to that of sodium nitrate.
Yeah, that's what I could not see over there.
No. I will explain you what it is. Silicon is something. Once it gets heated, it does not go up. It does not become lighter. It becomes heavier.
Okay.
So it goes down.
Okay.
And sodium nitrate, once it becomes heated, it goes up.
It becomes lighter. Actually.
It becomes lighter. That is the common one. So that's why the type of the current which is getting generated in silicon in comparison to that of the current which is getting generated in sodium nitrate is entirely different.
Okay.
One is
clockwise
and another one is counterclockwise.
Good.
So that is making this type of difference in means one side you will see that from the back side it is getting heated first, and for sodium nitrate it is from the top side it is getting heated first. That is the main difference.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, one small question at interface. How you trace that? Is it you are using Stephen boundary or something else treatment?
VOF. We are using volume of fluid method to track the interface.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other query? I think query should be come from the student because this is a very considerable topic right now. Energy storage. So anybody? Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you have this. Okay.
Query student is having.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Mic check.
So I just wanted to tell that we are students of computer science, so we are not able to understand. So
You have some work from computer science also in mechanical engineering. So if you can discuss this with me, I will be telling you. Like okay, I think Professor Vasant should take this.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Professor Sharma is saying that.
you are using the batteries, you are using the air conditioner, you are using everything which are related to the energy. So you have to understand. If you did not know, you have to know it. So maybe you will get 10% or 5%. That will be beneficial for you. So you have to understand or listen any lecture wherever you are sitting. Just learn it. Okay. Thank you.
The question I was expecting that how can you utilize cement to store the error?
That they should have वो नहीं पूछा. Thank you, Professor.
In the initial, you know that you are from CS, so you blockage all your brains to understand anything here only. Okay, so that is you have to think about it. So we should go further. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Dibakar Rakshit, for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation.
I'd request Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar, sir. Thank you so much for the session, sir.
I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to kindly felicitate our session chair. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now we have our next guest of the day, Dr. Naveen Garg, CSIR National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi, to present their plenary talk.
Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to present the token of gratitude to our plenary speaker, Dr. Naveen Garg. Thank you, sir. The topic of his plenary talk is Environmental Noise Pollution Mapping and Control in India, Strategies, Policy Framework and Challenges Ahead.
Dr. Naveen Garg is working as Senior Principal Scientist in CSIR National Physical Laboratory. He is currently working as Head Physico-Mechanical Metrology Division and also Head Acoustic and Vibration Standards in CSIR National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi. He is a mechanical engineer specializing in machine design, vibrations and acoustics, measurement science, and working in development and upgradation of primary standards of sound pressure and vibration amplitude and R&D in applied acoustic since past 20 years. Now, I would like to call him upon stage to present his plenary talk.
Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I am very thankful to the organizers for giving opportunity to discuss about my work. And what I see is that most of the students are attending this workshop. So I thought that most of the students must be from the mechanical engineering background, but as you told that some of them have come from the computer science also. But so why I am discussing about this topic is actually this. Earlier, there was a different sort of energy that was discussed by our colleague from IIT Delhi. So now I'll be discussing a sort of noise, a pollution, which is very underrated, as we are always focused towards air pollution. So I'll be discussing briefly about the topics and why I am particularly discussing about noise pollution, because most of the things now, most of the research is now being conducted in most of the universities in mechanical engineering department. So gone are the days when only the physics people would discover or discuss about these aspects of noise and how to control the noise. But eventually now most of the universities in India and abroad, they are focused towards noise pollution in mechanical engineering department. So let me share the contents of my presentation. I'll be discussing about briefly about what are the sensors and instrumentation, what is the background of noise pollution, why we should be very serious about it. And I hope that this is very general topic, which can be, which eventually all the computer science students can also understand. Then what is the status and how far is the international scenario, what we have been doing so far, noise mapping, what is the concept there, and where, what is the role of CSR NPL where I am working, and what are the challenges and progress that is so far. Well, I represent a national, as the member of the National Noise Committee of India also, which is more focused towards controlling the noise pollution in the country. So I'll be just discussing about the progress, what are the initiatives that we are working upon. So you all of you know that there is a serious issues about expanding vehicular population in our metropolitan cities, and that is eventually causing a serious concern about noise pollution. And now noise pollution and even the traffic noise that has been linked to the serious health hazards. And there have been various studies where it has been found out that noise pollution can have a detrimental effects on the health issues also. Like even there have been some studies where there has been it has been evident that even the coronary heart diseases and other issues can also be there due to the exposure to noise pollution. So hypertension, abnormal heartbeat, and stress, these are the major factors that can be caused due to the exposure to the high noise. So there was a study in 2017 where Delhi was rated as the second noisiest city in the world. So you can see that first was the Chinese city and followed by Cairo, Mumbai, Istanbul, and Beijing. So our two cities, they were amongst the top 5 cities in the world for noise pollution. And so we are very serious now. The government is taking a lot of steps for controlling the noise pollution. And there has been some recent studies by WHO even, and where it has been observed that health outcomes are evident now: cardiovascular diseases, cognitive impairments, even the sleep disturbances, tinnitus. You must be when you are exposed to higher noise levels, then there is certain ringing in your human ears. So that is sort of tinnitus and annoyance, particularly when older generation, when they are exposed to the high noise levels, they feel very much annoyed, right? So these are some of the pathological mechanisms where researchers have tried to find out eventually how the noise affects our human body. So there is a stress hormone called cortisol, which is secreted by the human body when we are exposed to the higher noise levels, and that causes a lot of issues, particularly the nervous system, etc. And then even blood pressure, blood lipids, blood viscosity, and other factors can also be affected by that, leading to various health hazards, particularly the heart diseases. Nowadays, the European studies have aggressively, they have found out that yes, exposure to higher noise levels can create heart diseases also. So before I start, I just want to give you a brief introduction how the noise level is measured. So it is a logarithmic quantity that is basically measured as 20 log p by p reference, where p is the sound incident upon the human ear and p reference is the 20 micropascal that is taken as the international standard. that this is the reference level according to which will the level coming to the human ear will be measured. So we are generally using a weighting. There are different types of weightings actually. So what we are using is a weighting which basically approximates human ear. The way human ear apprehends the noise level is the same as a weighting which is being generally used. So whenever you are reporting the noise level of say traffic or any machine, so we generally ask to report that in dBA. So that is called the A weighting, right? So you can see that this the levels are, so when we are just in our homes and we are near to our refrigerators, so you can see sometimes even don't notice that the noise level is somewhere around 50 dB. But when you are driving a car or you are moving near a car, then the 70 dB level of car is being there. But eventually when it comes to very higher levels like police sirens or honking, so then 120 or 150 dB is there, which is you are exposed, and that is very detrimental to human health, right? So there are two weightings actually. I discussed about A weighting and C weighting, generally used for the aircraft noise. So, but even more or less, we are generally using the A weightings in our day-to-day life. And C weighting is generally used for very, it's a flat spectrum noise. So it is generally used for sound with impulsive noise like firecrackers, shooting ranges, etc. But generally we are using A weightings in our day-to-day reportings. So when we are say continuously measuring the noise levels and we have to report an average value, then that value is called the equivalent continuous sound pressure level. So that is basically again a logarithmic quantity, and it is the integration of whatever sound level is incident upon a human ear from a time duration say 0 to t, or from t1 to t2 when you start the monitoring and then you stop the monitoring. So this is how the LEQ is measured, because every time the noise level must be flickering. So you have to report an average value. So this is the RMS value that is being reported, and that is called the equivalent continuous sound pressure level, which is generally reported as LEQ. So this is how that this average, there is a flickering noise. Every time it is not constant, it is varying in time. So within a particular time duration, say T1 to T2, now we are taking the average quantity, which is RMS value, and here we are doing the integration from T1 to T2 over a certain range, and this is the pressure incident upon the human ear by the reference pressure, right? So this is the average value. It can be say for 15 minutes, it can be for 1 hour, it can be for 20 or 4 hours, and based on that, our legal limits are defined. So the instrument that is used for measuring is the sound level meter or sound level analyzer. Here, this device basically you can see this is the main body of the instrument, and this is the preamplifier, and here is the microphone. You can see that this is the microphone which is being used to measure the sound pressure level. It is basically a transducer that basically converts the sound wave into the electrical energy, and from that you can measure the equivalent level over on this type of device, right? So these are the limits that our Central Pollution Control Board and the Ministry of Environment of Forest have. So for the industrial area, we have the limits from daytime from 75 and nighttime for 70. Commercial area 65, 55, residential area 55, 45, and silence on 50. And from the daytime means from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and nighttime means from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now the worry is that whether we are following these legal limits or not, because most of the sites, when we are doing the monitoring, we are finding that these our noise levels are far beyond these limits, right? There are certain noise pollution regulation and control rules which also say that prohibit the use of loudspeaker and public address system at night time except in closed premises, limit the increase of sound pressure level at a public place due to public function up to 10 dB, and limit the peripheral sound pressure level due to privately owned systems at neighbor premises only up to 5 dB. So you can create a noise pollution at your home up to only 5 dB. If you are more than 5 dB, then your neighbor has it can be, there is every likelihood that he can complain to the police and police can take an action against you, right? Prohibit the use of horn during the night time. Prohibit the use of firecrackers during night time, but we are not following that, right? Even in Diwali festival also, we are not following that. Prohibit the use of noisy construction equipments during the night time. So there are various sources of noise pollution. Transportation, traffic noise is the major issue. Then construction of buildings, highways, construction noise is another important issue. Then all the equipments, the construction equipments, they create a lot of noise. Then industrial activities and loudspeaker, plumbing systems, boilers, generators. Now eventually we are focused towards all these sources and we are trying to make the legal limits and legislations for all these sources so that we can control the noise levels to a certain extent. So there was an ambitious project started by the Central Pollution Control Board in year 2011. It was called the National Ambient Noise Monitoring Network. That was established with where 7 cities, we established 10 noise monitoring stations at different parts of the cities. And these are the continuous noise monitoring terminals which are being erected. And they are working for 24 hours into 365 days and acquiring the data, and that data is being shared to the central server at Central Pollution Control Board, where we are acquiring the data and trying to analyze how far is the scenario. And some of them are there in the Delhi city also. Like one is there in DTU. If you have happen to visit DTU, so outside the auditorium there is a noise monitoring terminal. So these stations are giving us 24 hours into 365 days the noise monitored data, and we are analyzing how far is the scenario, right? But while doing the analysis, what we found is that only the industrial sites qualify the norms. Most of the residential, commercial sites, silent zone sites, even the hospitals, schools, colleges, they are not complying. Even if you just try to measure the noise levels at outside your main entrance, you will find that those are not complying with the legal limits that have been recommended in our MOF Gazette notifications, right? So that brings us to a very serious concern: how to make these these noise polluted sites creating less noise pollution, bringing them into the legal limits. So there are a lot of things that are being taken now into consideration. I'll just share with you some of them and what research work that we are doing at our organization. So similarly, there are 26 noise monitoring terminals employed by Delhi Pollution Control Committee. This is another body responsible in Delhi city for taking care of the monitoring of noise levels. And they have 26 stations. And again, the same type of scenario is being observed, that only our industrial sites are complying, but not the silence residential and commercial sites. So we also did, our students are also doing some sort of awareness studies, and they are doing the routine noise monitoring at various corners of Delhi city. And there, the same scenario we are also observing. But if you come to the international scenario, then there is a lot of difference between what we are having and what they are having. They have a very ambitious plan. In fact, the earlier plan was up to 2020, living well within the limits, and they have very stringent limits also. You can see that 53 degrees. So these all limits we can never comply. We can not even think of complying these limits. And they have basically now made mandatory that noise mapping has to be made mandatory for all the member states of the Europe. And there is a directive especially which says that they have to focus on avoiding, preventing and reducing the effects of exposure to the noise pollution on human health. And what they have recommended is that action plan is noise mapping, and that action planning will be taken after regularly after 5 years. So there is also certain stringent limits by WHO or community guidelines, like these limits are there outdoor living areas. So you have to have a limit of 50 to 55, then in bedrooms 30. But hardly we'll find out these levels, especially those homes which are near to the traffic, near to the roads, etc. Right? And they are also talking about the night noise guidelines up to 40 dB. So can you think of these limits in Indian scenario? And till they have made a interim target of 55 dB, and within next 5 years they want to achieve this limit of 40 dB. But in Indian scenario, it is very difficult, particularly in the Asian continent, to get these types of limits, right? So now this is a new exercise that is being now taken care of by almost all the European member states, and now in India also we are working on this. This is called the noise mapping exercise. What we are doing is, basically there are two methods. There is a grid method and a categorization method. Say if you want to find out the noise levels, or you want to explore a noise situation at a particular area, say if you take a case of your MIT University also. So there is a map of MIT University, and on which you can basically superimpose certain grids on that based on certain dimensions. And at the corners of these grids, you can start the noise monitoring, and then you can eventually develop the noise maps in terms of color coding. So these color bands can be taken care of in a certain range, like you can see is you can have a color coding, say 35 to 40, then 40 to 45. These colors can be selected, and based on that you can map the particular sites. So you'll be able to find out which are the areas which are having very high exposure to the noise levels in that particular area, and then you can try to find out the mitigation strategies so that you can control that. So this is very important exercise where we can find out the hotspot identification, all the noise sources, and number of even people and buildings affected due to that. And from that we can now find out, we can devise a noise action. So this is a study where we are doing for central pollution control. We are trying to cover more than 200 sites in Delhi city. This is ongoing project, and we are trying to map the Delhi city about various hotspots, and then how to find out devising the mitigation plans so that we can control the noise levels at these sites. And we are taking some socio-caustic survey also to find out how people react, what are the various sources. So you can see that most of the people are just affected by the road traffic noise and the honking noise. So I'll just skip on these things and share with you some of the important topics because we are running ahead of the time. So there are two methods, noise control. Basically, one is the active method and another is the passive method. So active is basically using the digital signal processing. Here the computer people comes into picture, and the passive method is using the insulation, silencers, damping treatments, absorpting treatments, like in the ceiling of your auditorium. So you are using such sort of passive treatments for controlling the noise levels. But they have certain limitations that they work on only on the middle and high frequencies, and they can be bulky even when tackling the low frequencies. So there are various, we can further categorize these noise control measures in terms of source interventions, even in the path also. For instance, say for a silent zone sites like hospitals, schools, so you can erect a noise barrier in between so that the people or the community is not affected by the traffic exposure. Then land use and planning, particularly for the new sites like the smarter cities, what we are focusing now, and education and awareness. So we are also focused towards cost effectiveness, because thinking about noise control measures, we have to take the cost methods also into the consideration. Then only we can devise and implement that control measures. So this is the second part of my presentation where I'll be discussing what we are doing at my organization. So I belong to the National Physical Laboratory. I don't know whether you know about it, that it is by the act of the parliament called the National Metrology Institute of the country. And we, as per the mandate, we have to maintain the national standards of the country, right? So accordingly, I am in a division which is called the Physico-Mechanical Metrology Division, where we are catering to the various parameters like mass, volume, density, length, dimension, temperature, humidity. Right now, somebody was telling that thermocouple degree Celsius. Sometimes people are just blindly, manufacturers are mentioning the accuracy, but how it is complying, that here only they can get these measurements and calibrations. Then optical radiation metrology, force and hardness, pressure, vacuum, and here is my division of acoustics and vibration and fluid flow. So all these divisions are taking care of various parameters which are being used to provide the services to the industry. So this is our standard for sound pressure level, which we are maintaining, through which the whole country is getting the traceability for the sound parameters. Traceability means whatever sound measurements are being done by the industry or by a manufacturer or by a laboratory, those are to be some way connected to the national physical laboratory. Then only that basically those measurements are validated. So I'll just skip up these things. So this is actually the traceability chart. Basically, at the apex is these types of reference microphones which are being used for calibrating the working standard microphone. These are the microphones which are being used generally for our day-to-day measurements. And all these things are to be traceable to these reference standard microphones which are being realized at NPTEL, then only you will be having your precise and accurate measurements, right? So these are the specially designed chambers which are used for testing the acoustical properties. Like you are having a ceiling here, then your carpets, then floors, then walls. All these, the sound insulation and sound absorption characteristics, these are being tested in specialized chambers called the reverberation chambers. And nowadays, most of the building acoustics industry, they are coming to us for getting their materials tested so that we can get eventually get less exposure to the noise levels, because ultimately we cannot control the source noise level. So we cannot control the vehicle noise levels, but we can get acoustic comfort sitting at our homes by these types of acoustical material. So we have provided a various sort of testings to all these manufacturers, like sound transmission, sound absorption. So all these, even noise sources, etc. All these types of testings we are providing to the manufacturers so they can design and develop better products, which can be very helpful for noise pollution. And these are called the drywall technology. So all these, like the plywood boards and other things, so these are now called the drywall technology, which are far better than the conventional brick and masonry structure, and they better provide us better acoustic comfort as compared to the brick wall structure. And even they are lighter also, aesthetically beautiful also, cheaper also. So we are taking care of almost all these things, and we are providing them testings and consultancies for developing these types of things, noise barriers, then even acoustic louvers that are being used for particularly for HVAC industries, etc. And we are also working on acoustic metamaterial. That is very important gray area where we are trying to manipulate the properties of materials, and with these some periodic structures, we could even get a better absorption than the conventional methods. And some sort of, even if you can see that DG set noise testing, there was a compliance legal limit set up by the government of India where DG set has to comply with a norm of 75 dB. So these types of testings, even these anechoic chambers are being manufactured by HVAC companies. These are to be certified. So these all types of testing we are doing. Then another important where we are trying to, must be hearing about the loudspeaker and public address system now. Since past 2 years, there have been a lot of issues, in particularly in UP, MP, and now we are trying to develop some devices where we can control the noise limits of these loudspeakers, etc. This is one of the important projects where we are working on for mapping around 200 sites in Delhi city, and then we'll devise some action plans and suggest these strategies to the Central Pollution Control Board so that we can take care of these noisy hotspots. And we have been doing these all noise monitoring studies, which I think I've skipped them, and some sort of awareness also to the common public. Then we are taking care of the control strategies also through various noise barriers which are being tested and developed in our laboratories. Even the vegetation also, that is also very important for controlling the noise pollution levels and air pollution levels. So there have been various initiatives by the government of India also. I think I can skip that. So there has been a special committee, noise pollution control committee, which is taking care of all these things. And there are certain awareness programs also. Then there is a to counter this sound, this loudspeaker and public address systems. Now we are trying to develop the sound limiters, which can be very helpful for controlling these levels. And some of the states like West Bengal, Tripura, even Delhi city, they are now adopting this in the Gazette notification. So we have a plan of establishing a center of excellence in this field, and we are trying towards more and more doing R&Ds and developing better materials which can provide acoustic insulation and absorption. And we are also focusing on developing indigenous strategies for noise mapping at par with the other European countries and strengthening the national building codes of India. And if you can just, if anybody is interested, you can just refer to this book recently published. And then we are organizing various conferences and awareness programs where students, we are inviting students also, pollution awareness for students. Then even April, every year we are organizing the International Noise Awareness Day. So most of the students, they can participate in these programs. And we also invite you for doing your MTechs and PhD programs at our institute. Thank you very much. I'll be happy if you can, if you have any questions, Subha.
Any question? Yeah,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I really appreciate your efforts that you could install some of your sensors with the help of CPC. And you have commented one beautiful word that okay, there are TV's level are much beyond the threshold limits.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and people are not obeying that. Industries are running. Then you said who has to control? You are working with CPCV. Why don't you take class for them rather taking class for the student? Let them just implement the stringent rules and regulation and fine so they can control the
Sir,
things.
you
Right?
have raised a very important question. I think this discussion has been, I think, since last long time. So now, when it comes to the enforcement agency, say CPCB. So CPCB, there is certain, they are the authority in that they have certain, because they are the regulatory body, they can do that thing. Say they can say fine industries, they can do certain type of enforcement they can do. Now the issue comes that noise pollution, basically this enforcement, other things, regulation, that is a part of police also. Eventually, what happens is that our police, our traffic police, they are not much educated about that. And then the awareness, even the general common public, say if we are saying to the people that in Diwali you don't have to burst the firecrackers, but every time, every Diwali, you see that lot of people are
See,
bursting the
Diwali, I will come to you in my
then
next
second
question.
thing is, even in our in our campus, we are telling the students after 10 o'clock you cannot play the loudspeakers, but hardly they are following that. So it is, we can always blame government, we can always blame CPCB, we can always blame traffic police, but why, as a common man, as a citizen, it is our responsibility also. Even if you are moving on a road, so you can see various people, they are blowing horns in a very larger, that is creating very large noise level. So that is our responsibility also.
That is okay for the student. I feel you need still some more program for your authorities like CPCB and
We are
police guys
already
and
doing,
kind of
sir.
things. And once you work closely with them, you are installing sensors to them. You just tell them, "Bare, आपको मालूम है कि limits are beyond this thing, DB level." Then you take care of that particular this
Sir,
thing. Now I'll come to your question to Deepavali. That I would like to know what is the threshold DB levels for the turbine building or the generators.
Sir, it actually, there is a certain limit basically that is now not formulated yet. Only we are following about the industrial noise standard, and that says
That's what I'm
75
asking.
dBA for daytime and 70 for the nighttime. But for the equipment wise, that there is a draft coming into picture, but yet it is not. There is no gazette notification about that. So we
Thermal
are
power plant or any power plant you go, one has to go. Worker has to go some point of time in the turbine building, right? So he has to subject more than 120 dB also, but there must be time limit.
You are very right, sir. Even for the thermal plants also, although 75 dB limit is there, but now eventually in due course of time, noise mapping and control will be mandatory for them. So while getting the certifications, they will have to show that noise maps generated. Then only they will be given the that authority to run the plant. Otherwise, then they will be fined or they'll be.
I'll tell you, they have framed their own rule. 120 dB, they can go up to 7 hours, even 1 hour. 1 hour, they will not allow more than 1 hour by using this thing. Okay, that is the second. Now comes to the Diwali question. See, once we can allow for industrial people to just enter for 1 hour or 2 hours for 1 dB, what is the harm for just cracking few crackers on Deepavali day for 1 or 2 hours?
Sir, I'll show you.
That's what I'm telling you the truth. Only the Deepavali crackers only we keep in mind. We don't mind that honking on the road.
It is just
so
an example.
Even 120 are physically allowed in the park. You visit any thermal power plant. People are working for 5 to 6 hours continuously with us. Even 180 dB, I have seen people working over there without using
120 dB is not a limit for any thermal power. It may be a limit for a particular machine.
Particular machine for particular duration.
But not for
the same kind of noise we just get from the crackers. Then why one has to restrict on one particular event?
It is just an example.
That's what not only you, even the politicians also, they just come into the picture. They remember only that people are daily dying. The industrial worker, no one bothers. 180 dB, they are subjected to hours together.
It is just an example, sir. I am citing. Yes, you are very right. We are blowing horns every day, and
That is, I do agree.
Big issue. So
It's a really critical issue that should be taken care. I do agree. But by such kind of the open things, my request to you, I have seen physically how people work in the noise turbine building and how many hours they are forced to work in that.
So what I would suggest
So I tell this like Deepavali kind of things. If you won one overnight, I don't think there is any issue with that. Thank you very much.
So thank you. This is a kind of example. Anyway, so any questions? Okay. So thank you very much, Navinji. You are putting your words. Everything is very systematically. Now I'm request to Sarmaji, please. Sarmaji, please. Okay.
I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikava to felicitate our plenary speaker, Dr. Naveen Garg, sir. Thank you, sir.
So there is one announcement. We have to be reschedule our lunch. Lunch will be after 2:30. So there is another talk here. So after this talk, there is
Now we are starting our next keynote session. The speaker of this session is Professor Dr. Bahani Ray, Associate Professor from IIT Delhi. The topic of our keynote talk is Do Rains Reduce Air Pollution? Study of Fluid and Particle Interactions. Professor Dr. Bahani Ray is from the Department of Mechanical Engineering in the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Her current research areas deal with exploring air and water pollution mitigation techniques. Her work emphasizes on using modeling and experimental tools to understand the multi-phase physics phenomena of solid and fluid, which is the basis for all natural and industrial phenomena before applying to it. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikava to present Tulsi sapling to our speaker as token of gratitude. Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon. So this talk was to be happening in the evening, so it is pre-pon now, but I am in between the lunch, before the lunch. So let me try to make it little like a story so that it finishes quickly and you are knowing the main theme of this particular topic. Okay, so as the title says that do rain reduces air pollution. So we know that yes, after rain we can see clear sky, but how actually does it happening? So that's the main way we went through in our lab. We went to see what is actually happening between the raindrops and the pollutants. So let's see what are the areas I will cover here. So I will talk about mainly what are the pollutants we are targeting. So here I'm talking about mainly particle pollutants, but by pollutants there could be gaseous pollutants as well. Then when I'm saying about particle pollutants, there are different size, PM10, 2.5, 0.1. I will say a little bit about it to give a sense of that. Then what about the raindrops? So what is the particular characteristics of the raindrop which is helping in this mitigation? and some data, again from literature. And the last two parts, that is the pollutant capture by single charge droplet and electrospray, those are the parts which are the main work done in our lab. Okay, so pollutants is something which is a critical issue nowadays, mainly in large cities. We see these pollutants which are creating a lot of health issues. So if you categorize the pollutants based on the size, so they are ranging from 0.001 micrometer to around 100 micrometers. So if you see, these are very, very small, the length or the sizes of viruses or mainly the combustion products. So products which are coming from combustion of fuel, those are of this range, the less range. And the range from 1 to 100 micrometer, those are the particles which are like dust particles, which are also called PM10 kind of particles because their sizes are above 10 micrometer. So those are in the range of 1 to 100 micrometer. And if you look into the health issues which are coming up, so if you see here at the top, we have this health issues given. So from this range, the dust kind of particles which are there, they going till the nostril and they're affecting this area. If you go beyond that, like the sizes are less, they are mainly concerned because they can cause the cancer kind of disease because they go towards the lungs and because they're very small and they can go that far. So this is a critical issue. And if you look into this color here, green and red, so the red are the ones which are man-made. So that's the thing which we are trying, that how can we try to reduce pollution? We can reduce pollution by reducing the exhaust of diesel engine, by the tobacco smoke. So few of these red colors which are being seen here, construction activities, wind-blown dust, these are what are man-made. So this is something where from the source side, people are working on how to reduce the pollution on the source. What we are working on is on the side when pollution is already there in the atmosphere and how can we reduce that. Okay, so as I said about PM10, 2.5 and 0.1, I will tell something about the size. So if you look into this first figure, it's the spider web. And when we look into it, we can see actually the spider web, it is very thin, but the size is around 2.5 to 4 micrometer, the diameter of those spider webs. And our hair size is bigger, it's 50 to 70 micrometer diameter. So between that range we are talking about, the particles. The particles also less than that as well, which we cannot see, which I said 0.001 micrometer that we cannot even see for our naked eyes. So this I've already showed you that from which source these particles are coming. So about raindrop, so we understood, okay, what is our target? What is our enemy we want to attack? What is the size? And now we are saying that raindrops are helping us. Rain is helping us to reduce it. So if you look into raindrops, the size of the raindrop is around 1 to 5 millimeter or in the range of millimeter. But this data which I've taken is ranging for two countries, two places, Dehradun and Nigeria, if you see. But what we see is the maximum diameter is in the range of 2 to 3 millimeter. Okay, so it's a millimeter range, droplet size is a millimeter range. Based on whether it is a thunderstorm or rain or whether it is a drizzle, sizes may change. Okay, but it will be in millimeter size. And about charge. So this is something which we brought into picture, that maybe the charge of the droplet, the rain droplet, is also playing a role here. So again, this data is from the literature, very old literature. From the figure also, it seems that it's quite old. So I have just circled the area where they have shown the charge of part of the drops of around again 2 to 4 millimeter diameter, and the charge of that is around 0 to 20, or you could say 10 to 20 picocoulomb. Okay, so the charge is very less, but it has a charge. Raindrops has a charge. Again, this is again showing that about the charge, that if the amount of rainfall rate is increasing, there is again how it is depending on the charge. But again, here if you see, it's around the same range, 20 to 30 picocoulomb, the charge is, whether the rainfall rate is high or low. So it is in the same kind of range. So this raindrops has spherical shape normally, and the size, as I said, millimeter range, and it has some charge of picocoulomb. So And then if we look at the data now, that how it helped in pollution mitigation, like there was some study in China on 2 different states, and they had done for the entire year round. So they have many events. From that, I just picked up 2 events. So this is a paper which was published. It's a recent paper, I think 2023 paper. So here they have this data that before the rain, this was the amount of PM 2.5 concentration. So normally the concentration we tell by microgram per meter cube. So in 1 meter cube of the air, how much microgram of particles are present. So here initially, it is quite less from what we see in Delhi, but still it's 120 microgram per meter cube. And during the rain, it decreased to around 40 or 40 to around 50. And after the rain, again, we are seeing it has increased, but not that high, but it increased. And there was another event where the decreasing trend was still there. And after the rain as well, it was less. So the reason they gave, it was again some kind of hypothesis, you could say, because they have not done any physical experiment on that. They have just took the data and they showed it. So what they're telling is that maybe after the rain, there is a lot of water vapor and moisture in the atmosphere, and that helps in coagulating the particles together, and that can create again pollution increase. So this may be the source of pollution increase after the rain. And what for this study they are saying is that this may be because during the rain, there was, in this particular place, there was some wind blowing as well. So that wind again helped in reducing the pollution, because along with the rain, if there is a wind, how it helps is it will carry the pollutants together and it will helping more turbulence, and that will create more collision between the droplet and the particle. And in that way, the mitigation is happening. Okay, again, as I said, these are again some hypotheses, some thought they have given into this data. And this one, this I said is quite recent, but this data is from 1962. So from that time onwards, people are working on how rainfall is helping reducing. But at that time, it was mainly pollen which was targeted. It was not the pollutants which we see nowadays. The pollen was the target, that how pollen is decreasing with rainfall. And here again, if you see the data, the E, which is the collection efficiency, or how much it is being collected. So it's about 91 to 96%, depending on the diameter and depending on the how much is the rainfall rate and how much is the diameter of the raindrop. So here again, it is proving that yes, raindrops are helping in reducing pollution. But as I said, charge and size together was not being talked about till now. So what we thought about that, okay, let's look into the charge side of the droplet. So this is something which, if we're working with particle and droplet or fiber, people already know the different kind of interaction between a particle and a fiber, or particle and a droplet. That when the particles are very small, like in nanometer size, in that range, it will have some Brownian diffusion and it will go and attach to the droplet. So this droplet is a raindrop. It signifies a raindrop, and this is signifying that pollutant. It could be inertial impaction. This is mainly for larger particles, which due to their weight, due to their inertia, just go and attach to the droplet. And this is between these two range, you could say, where it is interception. So it follows the streamline. So we know this as a spherical drop, they have a streamline around it, the way the flow is going on around the droplet. So if the particles follow that streamline, and it is between the droplet and the streamline, they get attached. That is interception. So these three are something which are already known to us. And as I said, for making filters, also people see this kind of signs there, that how filters work to capture particles. The same kind of logic is there. But what is interesting here is that if it is charged now, the droplet has some charge, positive or negative, and the particle is, say, oppositely charged, and we know there will be some Coulombic attraction between them, and it will attract. And there is another range which we have not explored yet, that is about thermophoresis or diffusophoresis. So that happens due to difference or gradient of temperature or gradient of concentration. So if the temperature of this drop is less than the temperature of the particle, it will tend to go towards the droplet. The particle will tend to go towards the droplet. So this is again a phoresis based. So we are targeting mainly in the electroscavenging, and we are trying to see how that is helping in the pollutant mitigation. So this again is not our work. This is a JFM paper from another group of authors. So here, this picture I exactly kept here just to show that with the uncharged kind of drop. So in this case, the drop is uncharged, or you can say neutral. Particles are also neutral. And here the type of interaction happening are quite interesting if you see that sometimes these particles, this is hydrophilic particles which love to be with water and hydrophobic which avoid water. But depending on what is the velocity of that particle, sometimes it pierces the droplet. It crosses the droplet and goes out. Or it goes and keeps attached. Similarly, for hydrophobic, sometimes it stays attached, sometimes it rebounds. So there are multiple kind of things happening in that scale, in the scale of millimeter. So we're looking in the scale of this droplet, which is in millimeter, and particles which are in micrometers. So we are looking in that scale what is going on. But as I said, we are interested in charged droplet. So this work, we continued that we will have a pendant droplet, and we have used two different kind of particles having two different characteristics based on wettability and based on conductivity, because conductivity is one more property here which needs to be taken care. So one particle is glass beads, which has conductivity which is very less, but it is good wettability. And the other particle was carbon black, whose conductivity is quite high and wettability is low. So in one way, it loves to go towards the water, but due to conductivity, its attraction towards the water may be less. So this is the two ways which we picked up the particle. And if you see, the particles are more or less like spherical shape. And the interesting thing here which we noticed, so just before we go to that result, let me talk about this charge also which we measured. The charge again of these particles were about 10 to the minus 13 coulomb, and the droplet was given a voltage of 2 kilovolt, ranging from 0 to around 5 kilovolt. We kept on doing it, and these results are shown for 2 kilovolt voltage, what is going on. So we have this pendant droplet which is there, and we have placed the particles below. And when we charge it, when we give the voltage, what we see is that the particles are going towards the droplet, which will anyway happen because of the Coulombic attraction. And since it is hydrophobic non-conducting particle which we're looking into, hydrophilic non-conducting, sorry, so it is hydrophilic but non-conducting. So if you see into the time, so it will take little time to reach there, but once it reaches to the droplet, it goes inside the droplet. It goes absorbed inside the droplet. So we are not looking into exactly the way the JFM paper saw what is going in the intricate details in the interface, but we saw that the particles have gone inside and stayed there. But for the hydrophobic conducting particles, we see that even at the less time, lot of particles went towards the droplet because it was conducting, but it stayed outside on the surface attached. So that was one thing which was noticed because it was hydrophobic, and some particles also rebounded. So that was something which was, again, we were curious why rebounding is happening. Though there is an opposite charge, what may be the reason for rebounding? So we looked into that in details, which I will not talk here that much. So these are the two different kind of scenarios which happened. Either complete capture or absorption, rebound or attach. So these are the three things which we noticed for a single pendant charge droplet. And based on that, in the paper which we wrote, we tried to analyze that what may be the reason for these things to happen. And it came out that it was the Coulombic force which is mainly affecting, that the droplet is creating an opposite charge on the particle. And that is what is taking that particle towards the droplet, not Faradaic or not dielectrophoretic. So I will not go in details of that here. So next part was that, okay, we now know the type of attack, the things which will happen, but can we extend it to a spray, or can we extend it to some kind of device similar to rain? So we have a device now where we have a spray now of multiple droplet size and charge, and we have this entire arrangement which has an SMPS to track the particle concentration. We have this aerosol generator here which will take care of how much aerosol we are feeding. So here the aerosols which we fed it was not solid, it was liquid aerosols which we tried, but they were hydrophobic, they were not soluble with water. So it was DHS and paraffin. These are the two types of aerosols which we tried. And they have different properties, different substantiation, different viscosity. And when we looked into this result, that how it is taking care of the attraction between the droplet and the particle. So before that, we just analyzed a little bit more on the spray. And if you look into the value of the charge of this different kind of this droplet in the spray, so you see that it is again 10 to minus, in the range of 10 to minus 14 coulomb, which is again, if you see, similar to the droplet. The droplet charge was, rain droplet charge was in picocoulomb, so it is 10 to minus 14. Okay, so we were close to the rain kind of scenario. So here, I will just conclude the results that what we saw that when we had this spray, charge spray, and we have put this aerosol particles inside. So this is before the spray has been on. So this is just the concentration we could see. If we take care of this left figure only, the mass concentration say. So it is just, we have put the aerosol generator on, and we just measured in SMPS what is the concentration of the aerosol in that chamber. So it is seen that the concentration of the DHs is much more than the paraffin. These are two separate results for two separate experiments. So mostly the concentration of DHs are more in the case of this particular pressure at which we have put the liquid aerosol. And now what we are doing is we are using the spray. First, we have the uncharged spray denoted by C0. So once we have this C0 on, we concentrate on this left figure only. So now we have this C0 on. So this is again only for DHs. It was the initial concentration. The spray is on, the concentration has reduced. You see, the concentration of the aerosol has reduced. So that's something which we know. In every place, if we see now that we have this spray whenever the pollution increases, and that actually helps. That actually helps to reduce the pollutant concentration. But now we are giving voltage to that spray. Now we have range from C1 to C9 corresponding to 1 kilovolt to 9 kilovolt. We change the range of voltage. So as we keep on increasing the voltage from C1 to C9, we see that it is helping more and more to reduce the pollutant. But at a limit, there is a certain limit. So if you see the green line, C4, and mainly the blue line which is C6. So around here, there is not much change. So this is some kind of optimum value, after which even if you increase the voltage, that will not affect much. But till that, we see that the charged spray has helped in reducing the pollutant more. So here, that is the main thing from the study, that the charged spray, similar to we try to replicate the rain kind of thing, and that actually is visible here, that if there is charge in the water drop, it will help to reduce the pollution much more. So similarly, we saw that for paraffin as well. And if we just look into the scavenging efficiency, that I set from 0 volt to 9 volt to 9 kilovolt as we changed. So if you see the values here, so the star marks which are around here, so it is around close to 100% efficiency which we are getting for our particular setup. So from place to place, setup to setup, the efficiency may be a little different, but what is the main idea is that the efficiency of collection of particles is increasing, and there is an optimum, which I already said, there's an optimum value around this 3 to 4. So this range, after which the change is not much visible. Okay, so I think I have covered most of the area which I wanted to talk about. So here at the end, I just want to conclude this entire study that we talked about these different kind of forces which are there between the droplet and the particle. So this we did for the spray and the particle, some expressions we had found out to find the value. So here the maximum value is for the electrostatic kind of collision. So this is efficiency, collision efficiency is the maximum. And below that we have obviously the impaction, the inertial impaction after that. So what is that we can use this electrostatic kind of interaction as the means to make some device. So outdoor it is not possible, that outdoor you cannot keep on increasing that much voltage, and amount of water needed may also be quite high. But for an indoor kind of pollutant mitigation device, we can easily use this kind of electrospray technique to reduce the pollution. So thank you for giving the time, and I can take some questions. Thank you.
Very interesting talk and pertinent also. Can you take us to the view graph of the dust particles rising to the pendant droplet?
Yeah.
Yeah, the previous one. Yeah. So the one at the bottom right, or even the last few instances,
Yes.
what's exactly happening? Is it a streamer that's coming up and like as if the dust is rising in a column and
linking together, no? Right? Yes. So this for high voltage, it was seen that yes, there was this particle like a line became in that way, but for lower voltage,
was a spark over following this?
no. So yeah, if we keep on increasing, there will be a spark. So there was a limit for that, but in this case there was no spark. So it was that the particles were coagulating together and they are trying to go towards the droplet. Yeah, in most of this, whatever we saw, it was not a single particle. In mostly it was 8 to 10 particles minimum, which are coagulating, and then they're going towards the droplet. Even if we try to dry the particle, do every kind of thing, but there was a tendency to coagulate first and then go towards the droplet.
And the repulsion in the next slide, that was probably because they assume the same charge upon contacting and then they jump out.
And that again is not for all particles it happened. It happened for some impact angle. For some impact angle, there was some time the particle is getting to do that kind of charge inversion, and then it is repulsion is happening.
Very
so
nice.
that is something which we are doing in details in computation to see at exactly what angle it will happen.
Yeah, maybe you see it under the microscope. You
Yes,
can mount the high-speed camera
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that like the paper, that kind of thing we can try.
Yes, very nice. Yeah.
And the particle type.
Particle type.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Any other question? So, thank you. I'm already listening this talk, and you are doing very wonderful job. I'm regularly follow this work, and this is a one pioneer work where we have to be a mitigation of our pollution. So this is a good startup. But things is this is only one drop. If you put like a multiple drop, now the yeah spray yeah. Spray like a water spray like then there will be kind of and automatically air is particle is coming, then start air purifies. Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for yes.
We extend a heartfelt thanks to our keynote speaker for such an inspiring presentation. Now I'd like Dr. Basant Singh Sekhawat to facilitate our keynote speaker. Thank you to all. Now I would request you all to proceed for the lunch.
I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for a photograph. Please, all the dignitaries, all the faculties. Sir?
Please come forward.